Horsemen come to the track with qualifier number 1. We're about 2 minutes until 10 a.m., 9:58 local Central Time. Come to the track, first qualifier. Thank you. Again, horsemen come to the track with that first qualifier. A reminder, in the first qualifying race, scratch the 7, Dandy's Gratitude. Number 7, Dandy's Gratitude, a scratch. There's an added starter. Number 8 will be Summer Games. Number 8 will be Summer Games with Merv Chupp in the bike. Horsemen come to the track. Again, added starter in the first qualifier, number 8, Summer Games. Merv Chupp, the trainer. Juan Franco will be in the race bike. Added starter for the first qualifier, number 8, Summer Games, trained by Merv Chupp, the driver, Juan Franco. Come to the track. Ambulance and paramedics are confirmed on the ground, so horsemen, you may come to the track. We're ready to go, first qualifier. As for that added starter, number 8, Summer Games, that is a 2-year-old filly by Shadow Play out of April May Dune, owned by Ed Teefee of Mount Sterling, trained by Merv Chupp, driven by Juan Franco. Summer Games, an Ontario-sired filly, raced on July 13, raced here 1 week ago today, and a qualifier was 6th with a beaten time of 2:06. Please note the driver of number 5, Fox Valley Tessa, will be Travis Seekman. Number 5, Fox Valley Tessa, the driver, Travis Seekman. Horses are on the track for the first of our 8 qualifying races. 2-year-old pacing fillies. The qualifying standard is a time of 2 minutes 4 seconds flat. 2:04 flat for these 2-year-old pacing fillies. Scratch number 7, Dandy's Gratitude. Again, scratch the 7, Dandy's Gratitude. A reminder, the added starter, number 8, Summer Games, with driver Juan Franco. And a reminder, the driver of the 5, Fox Valley Tessa, is Travis Seekman. Number 1 is Yankees Party, owned by MM&D Racing LLC of Charleston, of Mitch and Mike Titus and Dennis Wright, trained by Terry Leonard, Casey Leonard in the bike. 2, Some Harley Somewhere, owned by Pete and Heidi Lou of Springfield, trained by Pete Lou, the driver Richard Finn. 3, Hot Like Mama, owned by Cedric Daniels of Jackson, Mississippi, trained and driven by Cornelius Cavett. Number 4 is Grin, owned by Bart Seals of Altamont, trained and driven by Nick Prather. 5 is Fox Valley Tessa, owned by Steve Searle, Brian Code, James Nellinger, and Gretchen Barnett, trained by Steve Searle. It'll be Travis Seekman in the bike. 6 is Fox Valley Tatum, owned by Searle, Code, Nellinger, and Barnett, trained by Steve Searle, Wyatt Avenetti, the driver. 7 is scratched, and number 8 is Summer Games, the Ontario-sired filly. Everybody else is Illinois conceived and foaled as far as the other fillies in this first race. The Ontario-sired Summer Games, owned by Ed Teefee of Mount Sterling, trained by Merv Chupp, and the driver Juan Franco. At the post, gates rolling. Here they come for the first qualifier. Horsemen stand by with qualifier number 2. With the sun poking through the clouds, they are off and pacing. In the first qualifier, Some Harley Somewhere goes out for the early lead. Grin is there on the outside. Yankees Party gets away racing third, down toward the inside as they enter the first turn. Some Harley Somewhere is up to take the lead, gets over to the rail, leads it by 3 lengths. And then Yankees Party racing along in the second position as they go toward the quarter-mile mark. Hot Like Mama settles toward the inside in third. And then Fox Valley Tessa fourth. Fox Valley Tatum is in fifth. Grin is sixth, and Summer Games is last of the 7 past the quarter. 30 and 2/5 seconds for the opening quarter mile. 30 and 2/5. Some Harley Somewhere leads the field onto the backstretch, on top after 3/8 of a mile by 3.5 lengths. as they head toward the half-mile mark. Yankees Party is in second. Hot Like Mama is in third. And then Fox Valley Tessa fourth. Fox Valley Tatum is in fifth position and is followed closely by Summer Games. But then there's a gap of 8 more lengths back to Grin, who has lost contact with the field back there in seventh. 1:02.1 the time for the first half mile. 1:02.1. This is the first of our 8 non-purse qualifying races. Here comes Fox Valley Tatum. Fox Valley Tatum is moving up on the outside. Sixth, now third, and now challenging for second. Some Harley Somewhere is the leader, though, by a length and a half. Yankees Party is a much closer second than she was just a moment ago. Fox Valley Tatum is now lingering in third on the outside. Summer Games moves up with cover behind her. Hot Like Mama is still there toward the rail in fourth, and she is racing 5 lengths from the front. 1:33.2 the time at the 3/4. 1:33.2. Here comes Yankees Party. Yankees Party is coming to the outside to challenge Some Harley Somewhere, and then Summer Game swings out to the center of the track third. Hot Like Mama is fourth. Yankees Party tries to draw alongside in deep stretch of Some Harley Somewhere, but Some Harley Somewhere still leads it by a length. Here is Yankees Party. Here's Summer Games to third. A final try from Yankees Party. Yankees Party gets up by a head on the line. Yankees Party wins the first qualifier by a head. Some Harley Somewhere was second, and then Summer Games was across the line in third. Time for the mile, 2:02.3. 2:02 3/5 of a second. Number 1, Yankees Party, your winner. We'll have the full field rundown in just a moment. Winner of the first qualifier, number 1, Yankees Party. Congratulations to MM&D Racing Limited Liability Corporation of Charleston, a homebred for Mitch and Mike Titus and Dennis Wright. Terry Leonard, the trainer. Casey Leonard drives the Illinois-bred Yankees Party, a 2-year-old filly by Yankee Skyscaper out of Ladies Party by Party at Arts Place. 2:02.3 the time for the 1-mile distance. We'll check the beaten lengths in just a moment. Here's the full field rundown for the first. Yankees Party, the winner. Some Harley Somewhere, the runner-up. Hot Like Mama was 6. Grin pulled up at just past the half and did not finish. Fox Valley Tessa was 4. Fox Valley Tatum 5. Dandy's Gratitude was scratched, and Summer Games was 3rd. The opening quarter was 30 2/5. The first half mile, 1:02.1. 3/4, 1:33 2/5, and the time for the mile, 2:02.3. Reads down, 126, DNF, 4-5 scratch, 3. Again, Gren was fine. She went back to the barn area on her feet, but pulled up just past the half and did not complete the mile. Second race horsemen come to the track, no changes in qualifier number 2. Checking the beaten lengths for the first race, unofficially, the top 6 in the order of finish all met or exceeded the qualifying standard of 2:04. Again, the top 6 finishers all met or exceeded the qualifying standard. So if you were in the top 6 in race 1, at first glance, unofficially, it appears you're good on time in that qualifier, the only exception obviously being the number 4, Grin, who did not finish the mile. A reminder, Robin Schatt is the racing secretary for Suburban Downs at Springfield, and it is the racing office with Suburban Downs that makes the final determination on qualifying status. But again, as far as beaten times are concerned, unofficially, the top 6 all good on time for that first qualifier. Waiting now for qualifier number 2. Horses around the track for the second qualifying race. This for 2-year-old trotting fillies. The qualifying standard is not shown in the program, but it's 2:06, 2 minutes 6 seconds flat. That is the time barrier to qualify for these 2-year-old trotting fillies for upcoming races. All are Illinois conceived and foaled, with the exception of the 2 Royal Swan, who is Indiana sired. Let's meet the starters, no changes. Number 1, Stand By Your Man, owned by Mike Brink of Springfield. He's the trainer and the driver, owned also by Mark Brown of Chatham, Scott Clausen of Macomb, and Dr. Robert Lacey of Nokomis. 2 Royal Swan, owned by George Doss of Country Club Hills, Illinois, trained and driven by Russell Powell. 3 Madam Full Charge, owned by Dave Brown of Harrisburg, Alan Finn, the trainer driver. 4 Change the Tune is owned by Shelley Steele of Monee, Arthur Zaharsky of Tinley Park, Lilly Racing Stable Incorporated of Sam Lilly of Downers Grove, trained by Jerry Hansen. Travis Seekman will drive. And number 5 is GJ's Sunday Star, owned by Mike Davison of Annapolis, Gary Crumrin of West Union, trained by Cassidy Witten. The driver is Matt Avenatti. At the post, gates rolling for the second qualifier. Horsemen stand by at the barns with qualifier number 3. You are up next. Stand by with qualifier number 3. Here they come. They are off and trotting. There goes GJ Sunday Star along with Madam Full Charge with early speed as well, and Change the Tune comes away in third. Stand By Your Man was off the gate several lengths, but now starts to catch up with the field from 4th position, and Royal Swan, the Indiana sired trotter, is last here early on as they swing around that first turn. Field of 2-year-old trotting fillies racing toward the quarter-mile mark. GJ Sunday Star has cleared the inside traffic from that far outside starting spot and leads it by 4 lengths, now by 5 as they go on by the quarter. Madam Full Charge is in second. Change the Tune is back there racing in third. 32 flat for the opening quarter, 32 seconds flat. Stand By Your Man was starting to make a move from the back of the pack, but then broke stride and is now last, so Royal Swan is still in that 4th position. In the meantime, Madam Full Charge make a break. Madam Full Charge made a break, moving off the first turn right at the 3/8 mile mark. And that means GJ's Sunday Star has the lead by 7, but guess what? Change the Tune is catching up with a rush. Now the lead margin is down to 5 lengths. Now it's just 4 between the top 2. 102 and 2 for the first half mile. 102 and 2. Past the draw gate, GJ Sunday Star still leads it by 4 lengths as they hit the final turn, and then Change the Tune is in second position, and then a gap of 30 lengths more back to Madam Full Charge in third. Stand By Your Man has moved back up into the 4th position after breaking stride earlier, and Royal Swan is now the trailer. But the lead battle, folks, it is shaping up because it's only a length and a half between the top 2. GJ Sunday Star, the leader, and Change the Tune second. 1:33 and 4, the time at the 3/4, 1:33 and 4. Now Matt Avenatti is sitting chilly in the race bike with your leader, GJ Sunday Star, with 1/8 of a mile to go. Opens back up by 2 lengths. Here comes Change the Tune, though. Change the Tune now makes a more serious bid and comes after GJ Sunday Star. Change the Tune is trotting up right alongside. These two now matching strides. Change the Tune. GJ Sunday Star is still there at the wire. It is Change the Tune who wins it by 3/4 of a length. Change the Tune by 3/4 of a length over GJ's Sunday Star. About 25 more lengths to Stand By Your Man, about 20 back of that one to Madam Full Charge, and Royal Swan was last. Won't be much margin for error here on qualifying time because the winner trotted a mile in 2:05 and 1. 2:05 and 1 was the time for the mile, so it will just be the top 2 who will unofficially meet the qualifying standard of 2:06, but we'll recap it all in just a moment. Horsemen come to the track with qualifier number 3. Congratulations to the connections of number 4, Change the Tune, a 2-year-old filly from the first Illinois crop by Lindy's True Grit out of Costume Change by Broadway Hall, owned by Shelley Steele of Moni, Arthur Zaharsky of Tinley Park, the Lilly Racing Stable Incorporated of Sam Lilly of Downers Grove, trained by Jerry Hansen, driven by Travis Siegman, to the win in 2:05 and 1. The winning 2-year-old filly, a $10,000 sales graduate of the Illini Classic, so she sold just right out behind the grandstand here last year on Labor Day, bred by John Miller. Again, the time 2:05 and 1/5. Again, the top 2 are the only 2 that have met the qualifying standard on time in that second qualifier today. So Change the Tune, of course, is good, and so is the runner-up, GJ's Sunday Star. Here's the full field rundown. Stand By Your Man was 3rd. Royal Swan finished 5. Madam Full Charge 4. Change the Tune was the winner. GJ's Sunday Star was the runner-up. The opening quarter in 32 seconds. The half 1:02 and 2. 3/4 1:33 and 4/5. The time for the mile 2:05 and 1/5. It reads down 3:54.12. Horsemen come to the track with our 3rd qualifier. There are no changes in qualifier number 3. A reminder, the trainer-driver of number 4, Shattered Dreams, is Stanley Scott Banks. Stanley Scott Banks, the trainer and driver of number 4, Shattered Dreams. Come to the track, 3rd qualifier. Qualifier number 3, EL Champion, Lose Miracle, SG, Jarmbro's Star, Shattered Dreams to the track. Horses are on the track for qualifier number 3. This is for 2-year-old trotting colts and geldings. The qualifying standard here is 2:06. Qualifying standard of 2:06 flat, 2 minutes 6 seconds flat. No changes in this third qualifier. Again, 2-year-old trotting colts and geldings, all of whom happen to be Illinois conceived and foaled. Number 1 is El Champion, owned by Bobby Beachy of Berlin, Ohio, trained and driven by Russell Powell. 2 is Lou's Miracle, owned by Mike Buzzard of Altamont, Chris Paloma, Cedar Rapids, Iowa, Michael Paloma of Mundelein, Illinois, and Catherine Ritzel of St. Jacob, trained by Steve Searle. The driver is Casey Leonard. Number 3 is SG Jarnbro Star, owned by Brendan Potts of Springfield, trained and driven by Mike Rogers. And number 4, Shattered Dreams, owned by the Victory Lane Farm of the Banks family of Marco Island, Florida. Stanley Scott Banks is the trainer and also the driver as they get ready to head to the starting gate for our third of 8 qualifying races. Again, if you are here on the grounds and are observing the races, and if you're new to harness racing, a non-purse qualifier is essentially the standard-bred counterpart to the timed morning workout of the thoroughbred. That maybe it's an imperfect analogy, but that's as close as some of us can come to explaining it. All it amounts to is it's a standard time, which in this case is 2:06 for the 1 mile distance, that these 2-year-old trotters in this particular case in race 3 must post a time of 2:06 or faster for the 1 mile distance to qualify for upcoming races, particularly at the parimutuel level here in Illinois. Headed to the starting gate for the third race, number 2, Lou's Miracle. The reason that horse is named Lou's Miracle is that horse, about a week or 2 after he sold as a yearling, became very ill, and there was considerable concern that he would not survive the illness, and yet he did. So we know this much about Lou's Miracle: he is a fighter. He did not sell under that name. The partnership group that owns him now renamed him once he had beaten the illness and had it behind him. Appropriately enough, named him Lou's Miracle. Headed to the starting gate, race 3 in our qualifying portion of the card. Horses that wear trotting hobbles, of course, that equipment designation is donated by the lowercase t in parentheses in the program. Please note, trotting hobbles for the 4 Shattered Dreams. Trotting hobbles for the 4 Shattered Dreams, in addition to the 2 and the 3, which already show that designation behind their name in the program. Here they come. Qualifier number 3. Horsemen, stand by with the 4th qualifier. You're on deck. They are off and trotting, and there goes SG Jarnbro Star, who's off stride, left fast, but is on a break. SG's Jarnbro Star has made a break, heading down into the first turn, and that means Lou's Miracle will trot on out for the early lead. El Champion gets away in second. Shattered Dreams is racing in third. SG Jarnbro Star out to the perimeter of the first turn, clear of any trouble or further difficulty as far as the other horses might be concerned, but is still off stride. Mike Rogers has to pull up SG Jarnbro Star almost to a standstill and now tries to get back underway, but a good 30 to 40 lengths behind the field. 32-2 was the time for the opening quarter mile, 32 2/5 seconds. It is Lou's Miracle who shows the way onto the backstretch, the 2-year-old trotter we were talking about as they went to the starting gate. And so far, so good here for the wonder horse, Lou's Miracle, who's on top by a length and a half. EL Champion is racing in the second position, then a gap of just over 2 more lengths to Shattered Dreams and a margin of over 25 more back to SG Jarmbrough Star, a horse who has speed but also showing a tendency to break stride today. 104-4, the time for the first half mile, 104 4/5. Lou's Miracle heads the field onto the north end of the course, onto the final turn here in our third qualifying race. Big day of racing lined up. We've got 8 qualifiers and then 14 purse races, which get underway at 12 noon. Big day at the Illinois State Fairgrounds with the Illinois State Fair Reining Horse Show over at the Coliseum. And right now, this field of 2-year-old trotters is midway on the final turn at the 3/4, and Lou's Miracle continues to show the way. And Lou's Miracle opens up by 3 lengths. 137-4 at the 3/4, 137-4. Here comes EL Champion taking to the outside, but Lou's Miracle leads it by 3, top of the stretch. EL Champion is second by 2, and then Shattered Dreams, who is back there in the third position. Coming down to the finish, any one of these 3 could win it, but Lou's Miracle has the lead. Lou's Miracle by 2, Lou's Miracle a length and a half. Shattered Dreams up the inside, EL Champion from the outside, a 3-horse finish, blanket finish, and it was EL Champion who got up for the win by a head. EL Champion from the far outside getting up for the victory in the closing strides. Number 1, EL Champion, your winner. The top 3 separated by about a half length on the wire. Please note that further back, SG Jarmbrough Star pulled up just past the half and did not finish. Went back to the barn area on his feet under his own power, but pulled up just past the half and did not finish. Again, the other 3 separated by a half length on the line. Your winner from the far outside, EL Champion. 2:08 2 was the time for the mile, 2:08 2/5. So a good news, bad news situation for EL Champion. The bad news is neither he nor anybody else met the qualifying standard of 2:06 flat. But the good news is EL Champion has won this qualifier, and nonetheless it Congratulations to the connections of number 1 EL Champion winning that third qualifier, owned by Bobby Beachy of Berlin, Ohio. He is one of the ringmen and also one of the auctioneers who works the Illini Classic yearling sale here at the Illinois State Fairgrounds, and he bought this gelding for $3,700 right here on Labor Day over at the Livestock Center, just a short walk from the grandstand. So congratulations to Bobby. Trainer driver Russell Powell. The winning 2-year-old is a gelded son of Danish Durango and is out of SF Just a Dreamer by Ciro Ambrosio. The winner bred by Malin Gingerich of Missouri. And this was one of the yearlings in the Illini Classic last year that did not have the Illinois Conceived and Foaled paperwork completed on sale morning. So on sale morning here at the State Fairgrounds on Labor Day, you had the breeder with all the forms he had printed online, and he had his check, and we contacted a member of the Illinois Department of Agriculture who said, all right, if he's got the check and he's got the paperwork, here's the late fee, here's this, here's that. He's got to cross all the T's and dot all the I's. The breeder did that, so that by the time EL Champion went through the ring that afternoon, he was confirmed as Illinois Conceived and Foaled, and now he's a winner of this qualifier. 208-2. From the top, here's the rundown. EL Champion, the winner. Lou's Miracle was third. SG Jarmbro Star pulled up just past the half and did not finish, and Shattered Dreams was the runner-up. The quarter, 32-2. The half in 104-4. 3 quarters, 137-4, and the time for the mile, 2:08 2/5. It reads down 1-3 DNF 2. The fourth race is on the way. That's the fourth qualifier. Scratch number 1, Trident Born. Scratch number 1, Trident Born. And there's a driver change on the 5, Wizard Shark, and that'll be Wyatt Avenetti. Number 5, Wizard Shark, make the driver Wyatt Avenetti. Horsemen come to the track with our fourth qualifying race. Those of you here in the grandstand, if you need a copy of the track program, speak with our production assistant, Linda Brown. She is seated just north of the judges' stand, which is right here in the center section of the grandstand above the walkway. Track programs on sale for $1 a piece. They are also on sale at the Backstretch Racing office as well. Again, horsemen come to the track with qualifier number 4. A reminder that, at least in one sense, the Illinois State Fair is already underway. Over at the Coliseum, the Illinois State Fair Reining Horse Show is taking place. It got underway on Wednesday, just yesterday. Ship-in day was Tuesday and continues through Saturday. The Illinois State Fair Reining Horse Show taking place at the Coliseum. We come back here to race at the State Fair itself on Thursday, August 10, and we get started off on the 10th of August. We race again on Friday the 11th and Saturday, August 12th. Take a break and then come back on Wednesday, August 16 and Thursday, August 17. So 5 big days of racing for the Illinois State Fair proper, which gets underway on August 10. Horsemen checking the updated forecast on AccuWeather.com. Originally, they had said there could be thunderstorms here in Springfield by 11 a.m. They've revised that forecast. Now they are saying that the chance of thunderstorms is 50% as of 1 p.m. today. So that's the updated forecast from AccuWeather.com. Looking at the radar, the good news, the cells of storms that are back to our west are tending to break toward the south or the north by the time they get here to Sangamon County. So we hope that trend will continue. But again, right now, the updated AccuWeather forecast, 50% chance of a thunderstorm at around 1 p.m. Horses are on the track for the fourth of our 8 qualifying races. 2-year-old pacing fillies and also a gelding thrown in here with a qualifying standard of 2:04, 2 minutes 4 seconds flat. Let's meet the starters. A reminder, number 1, Trident Born, is scratched. Number 2 is Indiana sired Rockin' Legal, owned, trained, and driven by Jerome Daniels of Springfield. Number 3, Revenge Rosie, owned by Lori Searle of Springfield, and Dave Irwin of Lincoln, trained and driven by Mike Brink. Number 4, Brenda's Blazing Star, owned by Herman Miller of Topeka, Indiana. Merv and Kelly Chupp of Crete, trained by Merv Chupp, the driver Juan Franco. And number 5, Wizard Shark, owned by Doug Bowen of Mount Sterling, owned also by David Brink, as well as Troy and Kevin Markert, all of Mount Sterling, the trainer Doug Bowen, and the driver, contrary to the program, is Wyatt Avenatti. At the post, gates rolling for qualifier number 4. Got a big bulky field coming up on qualifier number 5. Horsemen, stand by. Qualifier number 5, you are up next. Here they come. Off and pacing in our 4th qualifier of the morning here at the historic Illinois State Fairgrounds. There goes Brenda's Blazing Star out for the early lead. Rockin' Legal is there toward the inside. These two hook up in an early battle as they head down into the first turn. Rockin' Legal moves on by and has the advantage only for a moment, though. Brenda's Blazing Star now hits another gear, and Brenda's Blazing Star takes over just after the opening 1/8 of a mile. So Brenda's Blazing Star clears with the lead, gets over to the rail, and leads it by a length and a half as Rockin' Legal goes in the second position, and then Revenge Rosie, who is racing along in third, and Wizard Shark is last of the 4 heading onto the backstretch. 30 3/5, honest pace here early on, 30 3/5 of a second. Onto the backstretch, Brenda's Blazing Star is the leader. Leads it by a length and a half after 3/8 of a mile. Rockin' Legal is second. Revenge Rosie is starting to catch up to the top 2. She had been 6 lengths back. Now she's only 3 lengths back of that second place horse here at the half-mile mark. And then further back, Wizard Shark last. But right there also as these 4 now march on by past the draw gate. 1 minute 3/5 for the first half mile. 1 minute 3/5. On to the final turn. Brenda's Blazing Star is the leader by a length and a half, only by a length, only a half length. Rockin' Legal is right alongside. Rockin' Legal moves off the rail, swings up to the outside, and takes the lead for Jerome Daniels by a neck. Brenda's Blazing Star is second, a gap of 8 lengths back to Revenge Rosie, who's third, and 2 more back of her. Wizard Shark is last of the 4. 1:30 1/5, the time at the 3/4. 1:30 1/5. Rockin' Legal to the outside, and Brenda's Blazing Star to the inside, matching strides for the lead as they turn for home. 1/8 of a mile to go. It is Brenda's Blazing Star who cuts the corner and leads it by 3/4 of a length, but here comes Rockin' Legal. Rockin' Legal takes aim on Brenda's Blazing Star, puts a head in front. Brenda's Blazing Star is a stubborn foe to the inside, though, and at the wire, it is Rockin' Legal who gets up by a half length. Brenda's Blazing Star was second, 8 more lengths back to Revenge Rosie third, and then another dozen lengths behind her. Wizard Shark was 4th. Time for the mile, 1:59 2. 1 minute 59 2/5 seconds. Number 2, Rockin' Legal, your winner. Horsemen come to the track with qualifier number 5. Number 2, Rockin' Legal, the winner of qualifier number 4 in a time of 1:59.2. Indiana bred by Rockin' Image, this 2-year-old filly out of Legal Process by Well Said. Bred by Dwayne Miller of Indiana. Jerome Daniels of Springfield, Illinois, the owner, trainer, driver, bought this filly for $4,000 as a yearling last fall at the Hoosier Classic in Indianapolis. Here's the full field rundown for that 4th qualifier from the top of the page. Trident Born was scratched. Rockin' Legal was the winner. Revenge Rosie was 3rd. Brenda's Blazing Star, the runner-up, and Wizard Shark finished 4th. The opening quarter in 30 3/5. The first half mile in a minute, 3/5. 3 quarters, 1:30 and 1/5, and the time for the mile, 1 minute 59 2/5 seconds. It reached down, scratch 1:3.24. Again, the qualifying standard was 2:04. We'll check those beaten lengths in just a moment. Race number 5 on our qualifying portion of the card is on the way. Couple of driver changes to report in this 5th qualifier. On number 1, Barry J., the driver is Juan Franco. Number 1, Barry J., the driver is Juan Franco. On the 4, Perfect Promises, make the driver Matt Kruger. 4 Perfect Promises, the driver Matt Kruger. We owe you a driver on the 6, Luck on Your Side. We'll pass that along shortly. The driver of the 8, Shady Got Low, that'll be Jordan Patton. Driver change on the 8, Shady Got Low, Jordan Patton, your driver. Horsemen come to the track. Horsemen in that qualifier that we just wrapped up, race 4. The 4th place finisher was beaten 13.5 lengths. So unofficially, after a quick glance at the beaten lengths, everybody should be good on their beaten time in that 4th race to meet that qualifying standard of 2:04. Again, unofficially, quick glance at the beaten lengths, everybody should be fine on their beaten time for the qualifying standard of 2:04. Robin Schatt, the racing secretary for Suburban Downs at Hawthorne, makes everything official. Race number 5 on the way. Qualifier number 5. Horsemen, come to the track, please. Driver of number 6, luck on your side, Jamaica Patton. Jamaica Patton drives the 6, luck on your side. Wyatt Evanetti was headed to the track with number 3, Creme de la Creme, but now has returned back to the barn area. Knee boots needed for Creme de la Creme. So Wyatt Evanetti returning to the barn area to get the knee boots applied, and then we'll be ready to go. Again, waiting for number 3, Creme de la Creme, to return. Was headed to the draw gate just a couple of minutes ago, but then Wyatt Evanetti took him back to the barn. Knee boots, the need for Creme de la Creme. As soon as he gets the knee boots, we'll be set to go. Good to go. Qualifier number 5, 3-year-old pacing colts and geldings with a qualifying standard of 2 minutes, 2 seconds flat. Number 1 is Barry J, owned by the Red Barn Stable of Morrison, Jennifer Mary, and Robert Black, trained by Irv Miller. Juan Franco is the driver. 2, Big Guy Charlie is owned by Doug and Alan Bone of Mount Sterling, Sandra Walker of Chambersburg, and Drake DeWitt of Mount Sterling, trained by Nick Prather. Travis Seekman is up. 3, Creme de la Creme, owned by the Burke Racing Stable, owned also by Lawrence Kerr, the Weaver Bruce Shimmy Stable, and Frank Baldacchino, trained by David Avenetti. Wyatt Avenetti is up. Number 4 is Perfect Promises, owned by the Irv Miller Stable of Wind Gap, Pennsylvania, of Irvin and Heidi Miller, the Engel Stable of Illinois, of Marty Engel of Northbrook, Illinois, Lewis Willinger of Louisville, Kentucky, trained by Irv Miller. It is Matt Kruger driving. 5, Luck on the Beach, owned by the Irv Miller Stable, and Doug Overheiser, trained by Irv, driven by Cordarius Stewart. 6, Luck on Your Side, owned by Douglas Ramsey of Jackson, Mississippi, trained by Herman Wheeler. Jamaica Patton in the bike. 7, Silverstone, owned by Robert Silverberg. Mary Van Boven, trained by Jim Eaton. Casey Leonard is up. And 8, Shady Got Low, owned and trained by Wayne Brown. Jordan Patton is in the race bike. They are off and pacing. Headed down to the first turn. There goes Luck on Your Side out for the early lead. Luck on Your Side goes out fast. Big Guy Charlie's on a break. Big Guy Charlie has broken stride and gets toward the outside, lets several horses file by safely to the inside as they swing around the first turn. Luck on Your Side is the early leader, though. Silverstone goes second by a length and a half. Barry J is in third. Creme de la Creme is racing in fourth. Luck on the Beach is fifth. Shady Got Low is racing in sixth. Perfect Promises is seventh. Big Guy Charlie off stride, the distant trailer. 28-4 was the time for the opening quarter. 28 4/5 seconds. Luck on Your Side with Jamaica Patton, the driver, leading it by a length and a half. Silverstone goes second by 2 lengths. Barry J is racing in third. Creme de la Creme is in the fourth position as they approach the half-mile mark. And then Luck on the Beach, who is racing along in fifth. Shady Got Low is sixth. Perfect Promises lines up in seventh position, then half the distance of the backstretch to Big Guy Charlie. 58-1 for the first half mile. 58-1. Luck on Your Side is the leader, headed on to the final turn. Leads it by a length. Silverstone second by a length and a half. Barry J is third by 2. Creme de la Creme is taking to the outside. Barry J just made a break. Barry J broke stride while racing in third. Everybody behind him swings to the outside and moves on by the breaking horse. Creme de la Creme up to the third position now. Luck on the Beach, and then Shady Got Low in fifth. 127-3, the time at the 3 quarters. 127-3. They turn for home. Luck on Your Side is leading Silverstone by a length and a half. Eighth of a mile to go. Luck on Your Side by a length. Silverstone comes after the leader. Luck on Your Side leads it by 3/4 of a length. Silverstone is second. They stay 1-2 in that order, and Luck on Your Side will win it. Luck on Your Side wins qualifier number 5 for Jamaica Patton by a length and a half. Silverstone was home second. Luck on the Beach was third. Perfect Promises was fourth. Creme de la Creme finished in the fifth position. And then Shady Got Low was sixth. Further back, Barry J will be seventh, and Big Guy Charlie will cross the wire in eighth. Time for the mile, 1:55 flat. 1 minute, 55 seconds flat. Number 6, Luck on Your Side, is the winner. Horsemen, come to the track, please, with qualifier number 6. Congratulations to the winning connections in qualifier number 5. The winner, number 6, Luck on Your Side, an Indiana bred, owned by Douglas Ramsey of Jackson, Mississippi, trained by Herman Wheeler, and the driver today, Jamaica Patton. The winner, bred by Edwin Schwartz in Indiana. Luck on Your Side, a 4-year-old gelded son of Luck Be With You out of KJ Hanna by Real Desire. 155 flat, so there will be some room here for those horses and connections who are concerned about the beaten time as far as the qualifying standard, 2:02. So you're talking, 35 lengths here. You could be beaten as many as 35 lengths and still qualify on time. We'll take a look at those beaten lengths in a moment. From the top of the page, here's the rundown. Barry J was 7. Big Guy Charlie was 8. Creme de la Creme finished 5. Perfect Promises 4. Luck on the Beach finished 3. Luck on Your Side was the winner. Silverstone, the runner-up, and Shady Got Low was 6. The quarter, 28-4. The half, 58-1. 3/4, 127-3. And the mile, 155 flat. It reads 785 431 26. Race 6 is on the way. A reminder, there is a driver change on the 2 on the way to Perfect. That'll be Richard Finn. Number 2 on the way to Perfect, the driver Richard Finn. And a driver change on the 7, Mr. Red Thunder, Gary Rath. Number 7, Mr. Red Thunder, the driver Gary Rath. Come to the track, 6th qualifier. Checking the beaten lengths in that 5th qualifier, the top 6 finishers all appear to be fine on their beaten time. Of course, the winner is good, and then horses 2 through 6. The 2nd through 6th place finishers also have met the qualifying standard on time. The only exceptions are the 1 Barry J and the 2 Big Guy Charlie. The 7th and 8th place finishers, respectively, did not meet the qualifying standard. Again, the Suburban Downs at Hawthorne Racing Office makes all of that official. We simply make those announcements after a quick glance over the shoulder of our photo finish technician, Mark Brown, today. And with his assistance, we take a look at beaten lengths and just try to give the horsemen a general idea. But again, our word is not official. That is officially announced by the racing secretary. 6th race is coming up. Horsemen come to the track with our 6th qualifier. Also, for those of you over on the back straightaway, food is now available. A reminder, there is not a concession stand today as we have seen in recent weeks, but what has taken place today, a number of stables went together and pooled their money to buy food, had a caterer come and provide food today, and then that food is available on the basis of a free will donation. And that food is now ready and available back on the backstretch in the stable area not far from the racing office. A reminder, those free will donations will help go toward defraying expenses for Bobby Decker and his family. Of course, Bobby, longtime Illinois horseman and a very popular Midwestern horseman, was involved in a racing accident at the Schuyler County Fair at Rushville at the end of June. And the good news is, according to the updates we receive each day from the family, he continues to mend and is heading in the right direction. But of course, there are always expenses that come with a situation like that. So the horsemen's community doing what it does best, coming together. Free will donation today for food over on the backstretch, and those free will donations will be forwarded to the Decker family. Horseman, a reminder, contrary to the heading in the program for our 6th qualifier, there actually are a couple of older trotters in addition to the 3-year-olds that are mentioned in the heading for race number 6. So just a reminder, Horseman, a 3-year-old trotter, yes, as shown in the program, the qualifying standard is 2:04 flat. For the older horses, number 6, Aqua's Bud, and number 7, Mr. Red Thunder, the qualifying standard is 2:03. So keep that in mind. For the older horses, the 6, Aqua's Bud, and the 7, Mr. Red Thunder, the qualifying standard is a bit quicker, 2:03. A reminder, the harness condition sheets with all of those qualifying standards and all of the race conditions, best way to find that, I see folks online asking almost every week throughout the summer, where can I find it, where can I find it? Best way to do it is just go to HawthorneRacecourse.com. Go to HawthorneRacecourse.com. When you get to their website, check the menu on the left side of the page, and you will find an icon that says Harness Condition Sheet. Bam, plain and simple. Horses are on the track for race 6 of our qualifying portion of the card. Trotters, 3-year-olds, fillies, and also a couple of geldings thrown in there, and remember, a couple of older horses as well. So while the program tells you the qualifying standard is 2:04 for the 3-year-olds, please note that for Aqua's Bud and Mr. Red Thunder, the price of poker goes up, the qualifying standard 2:03. Richard Finn will drive number 2 on the way to Perfect, and Gary Rath drives the 7, Mr. Red Thunder. Let's meet the starters. Number 1 is Oh Wowza, owned and trained by Mike Brink of Springfield, Stephen Halford II in the bike. 3 on the way to Perfect, owned by Pete and Heidi Lou of Springfield, trained by Pete Lou. The driver is Richard Finn. Number 3, Swan Kinsey, owned by Doug Overheiser of New Smyrna Beach, Florida, owned also also by the Ingle Stable of Illinois, of Northbrook of Marty Ingle, the Oakwood Farms of Indiana. George Conley of Florida, trained by Irv Miller. Cordarius Stewart is up. Number 4 is Smilin' Lou. Smilin' Lou, owned by Dr. Pat Graham of Lock Ridge, Iowa, trained by Clay Simpson. Clay and the bike. 5 is Coal Creek, owned by Sheila Elliott of Crete, trained by Leslie Miller. Travis Seekman will drive. 6 is Aqua's Bud, owned by Jill Brown of Charleston. She's the trainer. Jordan Patton is the driver. And 7, Mr. Red Thunder, owned and trained by Ricky Lensa Terrasfin of Crete, the driver. Contrary to the program is Gary Rath. Headed to the starting gate, Roy Finn is our starter, and he calls for the field for qualifier number 6. At the post, gates rolling for qualifier number 6. Had to make a note a moment ago. Got a phone call from Mom. She saw a Gunsmoke episode last night and had a question about Marshal Matt Dillon. I said, Mom, I'm a little busy, but I'll call you back when I'm on the way home later. Here they come, race 6. Off and trotting they go, and there goes Aqua's Bud out for the early lead. Coal Creek has early speed as well, and there's On the Way to Perfect up close down toward the inside. On the Way to Perfect, Coal Creek contesting the early lead. Aqua's Bud is there up on the outside. Now Aqua's Bud goes from second to the lead and clears the inside traffic. Aqua's Bud leads it by a length and a half. Problems for On the Way to Perfect, who's off stride. On the Way to Perfect is on a break. Mr. Red Thunder has to go 5 wide around the first turn, but does pick up several positions in the process, moves all the way up into third. 29-2, the time for the opening quarter, 29 2/5 seconds. Aqua's Bud is the leader, and here comes a challenge from Coal Creek. Challenge will dissipate quickly because the lead has changed hands. Coal Creek takes over after 3/8 of a mile and leads it by 2 lengths. It is Aqua's Bud who is racing in second by 2.5. Mr. Red Thunder is racing in third position by only a neck. And then Smilin' Lou, who is fourth. Smilin' Lou is now third, moving up on the outside. Oh, wowzas, back toward the inside in fifth. Swan Kinsey is sixth. 59-4 for the first half mile. Then there's a gap of 15 more lengths back to On the Way to Perfect, the distant trailer, seventh and last after breaking stride on that first turn. Back up front, though, it is Coal Creek who shows the way. Coal Creek leads it by a length and a half. Smilin' Lou goes second up on the outside, only by a neck. And here's Aqua's Bud now moving up and regains the second spot, starts looking for some more racing room. Mr. Red Thunder goes 3 wide from fourth. 130 3/5, 130 3. They turn for home. Coal Creek, a 5-length lead. Aqua's Bud is racing second toward the inside. Mr. Red Thunder is out in the center of the track in third, but 8 lengths off the lead. And Coal Creek has set sail for the finish. It is Coal Creek in front. Mr. Red Thunder will grab second, but Coal Creek wins for Travis Seekman by 3 lengths on the line. Mr. Red Thunder was second by 3. Swan Kinsey was third. Smilin' Lou was fourth. Aqua's Bud was fifth. Oh, Wowza was sixth. On the Way to Perfect, seventh. Time for the mile, 1:59 4. 1 minute. 59 4/5 seconds. Number 5, Coal Creek, your winner. Congratulations to our winning connections in qualifier number 6. Horse number 5, Coal Creek, your winner, owned by Sheila Elliott of Crete, trained by Leslie Miller, the driver. Travis Seekman, the winning 3-year-old trotter, a gelded son of Elk Creek out of Lady Madonna by Angus Hall. bred by Jason Plank. Coal Creek, 1 minute 59 and 4/5 seconds. We'll check the beaten lengths in a moment. Here's the full field rundown from the top of the page. Oh, wowza. 6 on the way to perfect. 7, Swan Kinsey finished 3rd. Smilin' Lou was 4th. Coal Creek, the winner. Aqua's Bud was 5, and Mr. Red Thunder, the runner-up. Quarter, 29 and 2. The half in 59 and 4. 3/4 in 1:30 and 3/5, and the time for the mile, 1:59 and 4. It reads down 6:73, 4:1:52. 7th qualifier is on the way. A reminder, scratch number 3, Dandy's Tornado. Scratch number 3, Dandy's Tornado, but add number 6, He's a Renegade. Add number 6, He's a Renegade. The driver will be Casey Leonard. Couple of other notes to pass along. Contrary to the program, the driver of the 1, Ashley Silver Guy, is Wyatt Avenetti. Number 1, Ashley Silver Guy, is Wyatt Avenetti. And number 4, Joy in Mudville, Travis Seekman. Number 4, Joy in Mudville, the driver is Travis Seekman. Qualifier number 7, come to the track. Taking a quick glance at the beaten lengths in race 6 today, horsemen, unofficially, the top 6 in the order of finish are good on their time for the mile. Unofficially, the top 6 are good on their time for the mile. The lone exception, number 2, on the way to perfect, the 7th place finisher. 7th race is on the way, the 7th qualifier coming right up. Horses are on the track for the 7th qualifier. Thank you, Jim. 7th qualifying race, scratch number 3, Dandy's Tornado. Again, scratch number 3, Dandy's Tornado. Thank you. A reminder, the added starter, number 6, his name is not He's a Renegade. It's actually He's a Renegade. It's all one word, Hezarenegade. He's a Renegade. That is a 2-year-old Revenge Shark, Illinois bred out of She's a Swift by Sportsmaster, racing for the breeders, MM&D Racing of Charleston. Let's go ahead and meet the starters. Number 1, Ashley Silver Guy, owned by Alan and Doug Bowen of Mount Sterling. Carol Cox of Huntsville. Kevin Markert of Mount Sterling, trained by Doug Bowen. Contrary to the program, the driver is Wyatt Avenatti. 2, Chrome Model, owned by James and Terry Blackman of O'Fallon, trained by Merv Chupp. The driver is Juan Franco. Scratch number 3, the 4, Joy in Mudville, which is owned by Dr. Peter Karras of Sherman, William Tortoriello of Willow Springs, Thomas Spathies of Carroll Stream, trained by Rick Schrock. Contrary to the program, the driver Travis Siekman. 6, Love is Blue, owned by Stephen McMacken of Marengo and Mrs. Barbara Sandra Blakesley of Elk Grove Village. The trainer driver is Gary Rath. And number 6, He's a Renegade, a 2-year-old colt by Revenge Shark, which is owned by MM&D Racing of Charleston of Mitch and Mike Titus and Dennis Wright, and Casey Leonard is in the race bike. This will be the first time that He's a Renegade has seen the starting gate. At the post, and the gate is rolling. Horsemen stand by, be ready with the 8th and final qualifying event. You're up next. Here they come, qualifier number 7. Good to have you with us on a Thursday morning here in Springfield. Off and pacing they go. Love is Blue is first away. Joy in Mudville away in good order second. Ashley Silver Guy comes out racing in third. He's a Renegade is fourth up on the outside as they swing down into the first turn, and Chrome Model comes away in the 5th position. Up front, Love is Blue has made the top. Love is Blue, title of a popular song of many, many years ago. Love is Blue is the leader by 2 lengths. They swing around the south turn. He's a Renegade in good position there in second by 3. Joy in Mudville is racing in third. Ashley Silver Guy is in fourth. 31 flat for the opening quarter. 31 seconds flat. Chrome Model further back is the trailer as these 5 pacers work their way out of the backstretch. A field of 2-year-olds. Again, the standard is 2:04 for the qualifying time. Up front, Joy in Mudville is still sitting back and waiting back in that 3rd position. Has yet to move from there and is traveling about 5 lengths off the lead. At the front of the field, Love is Blue leads them past the half, but only by 2 lengths. He's a Renegade second by 3, then Joy in Mudville. 1:02.1, the time for the first half mile. 1:02.1. Ashley Silver Guy is in fourth, and Chrome Model last of the 5. These 5 juveniles work their way over to the north side of the course, and Love is Blue continues to lead for Gary Rath, leads it by 2 lengths. He's a Renegade is second by 2, and then Joy in Mudville is racing in 3rd position and is still about 5 from the front, but takes a peek toward the outside as they move on by the 3/4 mile mark. Love is Blue the leader. 1:31 and 4 at the 3/4, 1:31 and 4. Joy in Mudville starts to gear up, swings toward the outside from 3rd, now taking 2nd. Problems for He's a Renegade at the top of the stretch, who got rough-gated and broke stride. Here comes Joy in Mudville. Joy in Mudville is storming down the outside. Joy in Mudville wins it. Rolls right on by and takes the win by 4 lengths on the line for Travis Siekman, who never touched that 2-year-old down the stretch. It was Joy and Mudville by 4, and then it was Love is Blue who was second across the line. Ashley Silver Guy was third. He's a Renegade was fourth after breaking stride at the top of the stretch, and Chrome Model was across the line in fifth. Time for the mile, 1:59 and 3/5. 1 minute, 59 and 3/5 seconds. Congratulations to our winning connections in qualifier number 7, the winner. Number 4, Joy in Mudville, owned by Dr. Peter Karras of Sherman, looking on from the grandstand, co-owned by William Tortoriello of Willow Springs and Thomas Spathies of Carroll Stream. This is a homebred for these connections. Trained by Rick Schrock, driven today by Travis Siegman. Indiana sired, Joy in Mudville, 2-year-old gelded son of Rock and Image out of Molly Go Lightly by Lexington Legend. 1:59 and 3, the time for the mile. Here's the full field rundown. Ashley Silver Guy was third. Chrome Model finished 5. Dandy's Tornado was scratched. Joy in Mudville, the winner. Love is Blue was the runner-up, and He's a Renegade was 4. The quarter, 31 flat. The half in 1:02 and 1. 3/4, 1:31 and 4/5, and the time for the mile, 1:59 and 3. Reads down, 3-5 scratch, 1-2-4. Check beaten lengths in a moment. Horsemen come to the track with our 8th and final qualifier. Checking the beaten lengths, the qualifying standard was 2:04 in that 7th race. Everybody within the top 4 finishers met that qualifying standard on time. The only exception was Chrome Model, the last place finisher. With that said, keep in mind that as far as those top 4, He's a Renegade did break stride at the top of the stretch. Horsemen, as you well know, a lot of times a break in stride can enter the race secretary's mind when reviewing these official charted lines. So as far as beaten time is concerned, horses that finish 2nd, 3rd, and 4th are okay on time, and of course, the winner in 1:59 and 3. As we await the final qualifier, there are a number of changes on the purse race portion of the card. If you would like to make a note of these at this time, let's go ahead and pass those along to you for the purse races. The first purse race, scratch the 6 CW's spring roll. That's the first purse race, scratch the 6 CW's spring roll. Second race, the driver of the 5 reserved parking, Justin Robertson. Owner-trainer Justin Robertson also drives the 5 reserved parking. No changes in the third. Fourth race, scratch the 2 Kurt Longjohn and scratch the 4 Free Art. That's the fourth race. Scratch the 2 Kurt Longjohn and scratch the 4 Free Art. There's a driver change on the 6 Hey Freaky. That'll be Richard Finn. Richard Finn drives the 6 Hey Freaky. Nothing to report at this time in race 5. Looking ahead to race 6. In the 6th race, the driver of the 2 Candy's Fortune, Denarius Dortch. 6th race, number 2 Candy's Fortune, the driver Denarius Dortch. No changes to report in race 7. No changes to report in race 8. The 9th race is also clear. The 10th race is also clear. No changes in race 11. No changes in race 12. Nothing to report in race 13, but if you turn to race 14, the 14th race, the driver of the 4, Smooth and Creamy, will be Cordarius Stewart. That's race 14, horse number 4, Smooth and Creamy, the driver, Cordarius Stewart. Those are the changes as they currently stand for our 14 purse races. Right now, getting ready for our 8th and final qualifier. Headed to the starting gate for our 8th and final qualifier, then our pre-race ceremonies, and then right into our purse races for the day. Race 8, 3-year-old pacing fillies, the qualifying standard 2:02. The 4- and 5-year-olds, the qualifying standard is 2:01. No changes. Number 1, Travel Strong, owned by Wayne Durbin of Stewardson, trained by Steve Searle. Wyatt Avenatti is up. 2, Tricks After Dark, owned by the Flacco family farms of Alexis, of Dr. Richard and Arlene Flacco, Rick and Tabby Flacco, co-owned by trainer Jill Brown of Charleston, the driver Chris Brown. Again, the qualifying standard is 2:02 for those first 2 horses. Then, for the 3 and the 4, it's 2:01. 3, Blaze Shooter, owned by Sidney Kelly of Clinton, Mississippi, trained by Roshan Trigg. Jamal Denson is up. And 4, Designed to Roll, owned by Kathy Finn Knitz of Alney, trained by Dale Knitz, the driver Travis Siekman. Here they come, 4th, 8th race. They are off and pacing. There goes Blaze Shooter right out for the early lead. Tricks After Dark gets away in second position. Travel Strong comes out third. Designed to Roll is away in fourth as that field swings down into the first turn. Blaze Shooter shows the way. Blaze Shooter clears the traffic, gets over to the rail, leads it by a length and a half, racing toward the quarter-mile mark. And then comes Tricks After Dark, who travels right behind the leader. Tight length between those top 2. Then there's a gap of 2 more lengths back to the 2 trailers, who are Travel Strong and Designed to Roll. 29 and 3 for the opening quarter, 29 and 3/5 seconds. Blaze Shooter leads the field onto the backstretch after 3/8 of a mile, but here comes Travis Siekman with Designed to Roll. Designed to Roll. Rolls on up from last to take the lead well before the half-mile mark. So Designed to Roll takes over, drops over to the rail, leads it by a length. Blaze Shooter is second by a length. Tricks After Dark is racing in third, a length and a half, and Travel Strong is now last of the 4, halfway home in our final qualifier. Minute 2/5 for the first half mile, a minute 2/5. Back up front, Designed to Roll leads it. Designed to Roll by a length and a half onto the far turn. Blaze Shooter second, a length and a half. Tricks After Dark is racing in third. Then a gap of 5 more lengths. Travel Strong is last of the 4. North end of the racetrack, they head toward the 3/4 mile mark. Designed to Roll leads the way. Leads it only by a length. Still has plenty of company there as Blaze Shooter is right behind the leader in that second position. 1:29 and 2 the time, 1:29 and 2. In fact, here comes Blaze Shooter now. So Blaze Shooter takes to the outside, trying to reel in Designed to Roll. A length and a half separates the top 2. Now it's just a length. In fact, Blaze Shooter beginning to draw alongside of Designed to Roll, who still leads at a half length. 16th to go. Blaze Shooter is second. Designed to Roll hangs tough. Designed to Roll wins it by a length on the line. Blaze Shooter was second. Then it was a gap of nearly 20 lengths back to Tricks After Dark in third, and nearly 10 more behind that one to Travel Strong in fourth. Time for the mile, 1:57 and 4. 1 minute, 57 and 4/5 seconds. Congratulations to the connections of number 4, Designed to Roll, owned by Kathy Finn Knitz of Alney, trained by Dale Knitz. Travis Siekman in the bike. The winner bred by Ed Teefy of Mount Sterling, Illinois. Indiana sire, Designed to Roll, a 5-year-old by Time to Roll. And yes, she was conceived, this mare was, at the time that Time to Roll still stood in Indiana. Exclusive design, the Dam, and she in turn by Sportsmaster. 4 for 4 a year ago at the races, and now her second straight qualifying appearance this month, and she prevails today. We'll have the full field rundown in a moment. Here's the full field rundown from that 8th qualifier. From the top, Travel Strong was 4th. Tricks After Dark was 3rd. Blaze Shooter, the runner-up. Designed to Roll, the winner. The quarter, 29 and 3. The half in a minute, 2/5. 3 quarters, 1:29 and 2. And the time for the mile, 1 minute, 57 and 4/5 seconds. Reads down 4:3:2:1. We'll check the beaten lengths. We'll have our pre-race ceremonies and then head on to the purse races. Additional change in race 5. Race 5, the driver of the 4, Fox Valley Cha-Cha, Jordan Patton. Race 5, number 4, Fox Valley Cha-Cha, the driver, Jordan Patton. Programs on sale here in the grandstand at the judges' stand. That's the center section of the grandstand above the walkway. And programs also on sale on the backstretch at the racing office. Food is available there. Again, a free will donation. If you want something for lunch, swing on by the location where the food has been set out and is ready to be picked up over near the racing office. Again, free will donation today for lunch, and proceeds will go to benefit Bobby Decker and his family to help defray expenses as Bobby continues to mend from a racing accident a few weeks ago. Horsemen come to the track with that first purse race. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Week 7 of Suburban Downs, Hawthorne Downstate, racing here today at the Illinois State Fairgrounds at Springfield. Good to have you with us. First purse race is on the way. We just called the field to the track for the first of our 14 purse races. At this time, we ask that you would please rise as you are able for our national anthem. Thank you. Good to have you with us here at the Illinois State Fairgrounds as we get ready for 14 races, the 7th of our 8 weeks of the Suburban Downs at Hawthorne Downstate meeting. The majority of the programs, of course, raced right here over the summer at the Illinois State Fairgrounds, but also a couple of programs which were contested in June at the DuQuoin State Fairgrounds in southern Illinois. Heading into today's races, Cordarius Stewart leads the driver standings for the meet by a count of 26-23 over Casey Leonard, and the trainer standings is led by Irvin Miller with 16 wins. Three trainers are tied with 8 victories apiece: Kevin Miller, Tom Simmons, and Dennis Gardner. Dennis Gardner, who picked up a training double here on Friday last week, moves him into that 3-way tie for second regarding our trainers' standings. I want to take a moment before we get too deep into this card to pass along condolences to the family of longtime Illinois horseman Tom Tetrick, who passed away just a couple of days ago. Visitation is scheduled for Monday, funeral Tuesday at 12 noon. Of course, Tom made his home in Jeff, Illinois, down in Wayne County. A great racing family. He and Mary Alice having raised 3 sons who are now successful horsemen, each and every one, in this great sport of harness racing. got to reflecting, thinking back over the years about watching Tom race horses, including some races right here at the Illinois State Fair. Remember watching him years ago take the victory in the Illinois Top Line Stakes with a homebred trotter named New Lima Beans, a trotting filly that also won an Illinois bred race in the old Isoba divisions here in a 27-1 upset. Some of us can remember far enough back when Tom raced a free-for-all Pacers at the fairs back in the late 70s, early 80s, a horse by the name of Ribbit Bird. So many great memories of Tom Tetrick. We asked Tom several years ago. We approached him and said, Tom, you're a heck of a horseman. Did you grow up in the game? He said, well, a lot of it was self-taught, but he said, I had the benefit also of spending some time around the late Paul Pasley. A lot of you who are old enough remember the name Paul Pasley of Mount Vernon, great horseman from deep in southern Illinois, and Tom Tetrick took his own gut instincts about training horses and combined what he learned from horsemen like Paul Pasley and ended up in a career which saw him win over 1,200 races as a driver, $3 million in purses as a driver, even more as a trainer. One other thing, Tom Tetrick was not only a breeder of horses, an owner, a trainer, a driver, a stallion owner. He stood Nuance Hanover. He stood Jubilee Triton, among others. Tom Tetrick was also a race announcer. That was something that a lot of us in the race announcing fraternity always enjoyed sharing with Tom. In fact, I can remember many, many years ago having a chat with Tom after the races one day down at the draw gate up at the head of the stretch at DuQuoin. And we just stood there and shot the breeze and traded thoughts on race calling. And Tom Tetrick, while I learned most of what I know from my late father, Tom Tetrick taught me a very important lesson. We had a chat one day and we were talking about race announcing from a horseman's perspective. And obviously Tom was the ideal guy. He was a horseman and also a race caller. And I remember Tom Tetrick pulled me aside early in my career and he said, it's been my experience the announcer should always be careful never to editorialize in the race call. He said you don't ever want to make an editorial comment that could be seen as attempting to influence the stewards. That was a tremendous point that Tom made to me early in my career, and I never forgot it. Always will be grateful for that conversation and for the friendship that Tom Tetrick shared to all of us in racing. First purse race, horsemen come to the track looking for a JR Strike 3, Jody's Big Boy, Fox Valley Durham, Ashley Cold Muffler, Catatonic Iguana, are Tylertown and Scrappy coming up. A reminder, scratch the 6 CW's Spring Roll. Horses are on the track for the first of our 14 purse races. 2-year-old pacing Colts and Geldings for a purse of $4,500. Scratch the 6 CW's spring roll. Number 6 is scratched. Let's meet the starters. Number 1, JR Strike 3, owned by Benita Simmons of Springfield. Jim Cravens of Buffalo, trained by Tom Simmons. Casey Leonard is up. 2, Jody's Big Boy, owned by Jody Bennett of Atwater. Wayne Decker of Carlinville, trained by Roshan Trigg. Jamal Denson in the bike. 3 is Fox Valley Durham, owned by the Irvin Miller Stable Incorporated of Irvin Heidi Miller of Wingate, Pennsylvania, trained by Irv Miller, co-owned by Doug Overheiser of New Smyrna Beach, Florida. Cordarius Stewart, the driver. Number 4 is Ashley Cold Muffler, owned by the Ham Family Trust of Callio, Missouri, of Willis Ham, trained by David Brooks, the driver Juan Franco. 5 is Catatonic Iguana, owned by Kyle Larner of Warren, Michigan, trained by Nick Prather. Travis Seekman will drive. 6 is Scratch. 7 are Tylertown, owned by Bernie and Deb Paul of Tylertown, Mississippi. Shelley Steele of Monee, Illinois, trained by Jerry Hansen. Kyle Houston is the driver. And 8, Scrappy, coming up, owned and trained by Leroy Hunt of Jackson, Tennessee, co-owned by Milton Greer of Jackson, Tennessee, the driver Phil Knox. Headed to the gate, first purse race. By the way, just some unfinished business. Let's take care of a housekeeping measure. We never did go back and check the beaten lengths from that 8th and final qualifier. Remember, the qualifying time was 2:02 for the 3-year-olds and 2:01 for the horses age 4 and 5. The top 3 finishers at first glance are good on their time. Designed to Roll, Blaze Shooter, Tricks After Dark, top 3 all appear to be fine on time. The lone exception was the 4th place finisher, Travel Strong, but again, Racing Secretary Robin Shadd and her staff at Suburban Downs at Hawthorne, they are the ones who make it all official. Right now, it's on to the purse races. Starter Roy Finn calls for the field over on the north end of the course. Good to have you with us on this Thursday. A reminder, our friends at Trot and Pace Marketing have live coverage of today's races. Go to youtube.com. In the search field, enter Trot and Pace Marketing. You can follow the entire program live. Our thanks to the Illinois Harness Horsemen's Association, Executive Director Tony Simone and the gang for helping make that live stream possible. Here they come. Race 1. Often pacing and a good start for all. There goes Ashley Cold Muffler out for the lead. Catatonic Iguana has early speed. JR Strike 3 is there toward the inside, and Scrappy coming up is away racing in the 4th position. Jody's Big Boy is away racing in 5th. Fox Valley Durham is 6th as they swing around the first turn and head toward the quarter-mile mark. And then further back, our Tylertown will be last of the 7. Field of 2-year-old pacers racing on around the south turn. Challenge for the lead now. There goes Scrappy coming up, moving up on the outside, takes the lead just off the first turn. 28-1. Solid pace here early on, 28-1. So Scrappy coming up makes the top, but is about to give up the lead to Ashley Cold Muffler. Ashley Cold Muffler moves on by and takes over after 3/8 of a mile. Leads it by a length. Scrappy coming up is second by a length and a half. Catatonic Iguana is racing in 3rd. JR Strike 3 is in 4th. Jody's Big Boy 5th. Fox Valley Durham is back there in 6th. And our Tylertown is last of the 7 past the half. 57 flat for the first half mile, 57 flat. Ashley Cold Muffler leads it by a length. Scrappy coming up as second. Here's Catatonic Iguana. Catatonic Iguana wakes up and moves up on the outside now and takes the lead by a neck midway on the far turn. But Ashley Cold Muffler is still there to the inside. They are matching strides now with a quarter mile to go. They've opened up by 3 lengths, by 4 on Scrappy coming up in third, and then Jody's Big Boy and Fox Valley Durham, who goes wide. 1:26 and 3, the time at the 3/4. 1:26 and 3. Fox Valley Durham out in the center of the track was 8 lengths from the lead, now 5 lengths from the lead, and Fox Valley Durham rolls up on the outside to challenge Ashley Cold Muffler and Catatonic Iguana, who has lost ground between them. Fox Valley Durham is going to win the opener. Fox Valley Durham for Cordarius Stewart wins it by nearly 4 lengths on the line. A multiple horse photo to separate second, third, and fourth. You've got Ashley Cold Muffler, Catatonic Iguana, and R. Tylertown all involved in that photo for runner-up. Time for the mile, 1 minute, 54 and 4/5 seconds. Illinois-bred 2-year-old Fox Valley Durham, 1 minute, 54 and 4/5 seconds. Good to have Patsy Fryman with us today. She is our winner's circle photographer, and she's waiting to snap the picture of the winner of race 1, Fox Valley Durham. We've talked about the fact throughout this summertime meet, one of the most enjoyable aspects, one might say, has been a chance to see a sneak preview of some of the contenders for the Illinois State Fair Championships coming up in August, getting some experience over this very 1-mile track. Here's a good example, just a 2-year-old, second career start. How about a hand for the winner, number 3, Fox Valley Durham. 17th winner of the meet, trained by Irv Miller. The 27th winner, driven by Cordarius Stewart. Those gentlemen lead those trainer and driver standings respectively. Illinois-bred Fox Valley Durham is by time to roll. Now to put on a display by some beach somewhere. Hey, Cordarius, it looks like the courtesy vehicle might be coming with some folks maybe for a picture. So I don't know what your schedule is or how pressed for time you are. He says, all right, he puts the brakes on. He was just leaving the winner's circle. A reminder, Ted and Janet Torgerson, they handle the winner's circle assistance, and for those of you on the backstretch, if you're connected to a winning horse, just go to the draw gate, ask for Ted and Janet. They'll give you a ride on the courtesy vehicle over to the winner's circle, and that's exactly what's going to happen right now. Congratulations to the Irvin Miller Stable Incorporated, Wind Gap, Pennsylvania, of Irvin and Heidi Miller. Doug Overheiser of New Smyrna Beach, Florida, they are the owners. Fox Valley Standardbreds of nearby Sherman, the breeder, Dr. Kenneth and Patricia Walker. 1:54 and 4 the time. Here's the full field rundown for the first race. JR Strike 3 was 6. Jody's Big Boy finished 5. Fox Valley Durham, the winner. Ashley Cold Muffler, the runner-up. Catatonic Iguana was third. CW Spring Roll was scratched. Our Tylertown finished 4, and Scrappy coming up was 7. The quarter, 28-1. The half in 57 flat. 3 quarters in 126-3. And the time for the mile, 154-4. There in the winner's circle, we're looking at the newest sub-155 record 2-year-old in the sport and an emerging contender for the Illinois State Fair Colt Stakes 2-year-old Colton Gelding Pace. Second race is coming up. A reminder, Justin Robertson drives the 5, reserved parking. Justin Robertson drives the 5.
Midwest Harness Report has been a strong advocate and comprehensive source for harness racing in the Midwest and beyond for over 40 years. With owner-editor Tim Conkle leading the way, Midwest Harness Report brings you the latest news, information, schedules, and stats. Uncover remarkable stories about the people and horses at the core of harness racing. Midwest Harness Report reaches thousands of subscribers every month. For advertising and subscription inquiries, call 765-212-1320 or visit MidwestHarnessReport.com.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way the business works.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at TheStable.ca.
I believe that might be Henry assisting Patsy again today. Is that? Yep, she's nodding her head. Grandson Henry Alexander from right here in Springfield. Welcome back, Henry. Here they come. Number 5, reserve parking, several lengths off the gate, but now beginning to catch up to the field as they come down for the start. They are off and pacing. There goes Sunmaster from the outside. Loy's Big Al has early speed as well. Attorney at Law up close in the opening strides. Loy's Big Al, Sunmaster on the outside of that one. These two come forward as they head down into the first turn. There goes Sunmaster moving on by for the lead. Sunmaster gets to the top by a length and a half. Attorney at Law will go second in good position around the first turn. Loy's Big Al is third. Out of way Bombay parked, but moving up into fourth. Sports Madness is fifth back toward the inside. Spud is a star. Is in sixth position. Play to Rock is seventh. Reserve parking last of the eight. As they head onto the backstretch, there goes Attorney at Law. 28-4, the time for the opening quarter. 28-4, Attorney at Law moves by, takes the lead right at the 3/8 mile mark, drops over against the rail, leading Sunmaster by just one length. And then a gap of a length and a half to Loy's Big Al third. Another length and a half back of that one to Attaway Bombay, who's along the rail in fourth now. And Sports Madness, who takes to the outside. There goes Sports Madness moving from fifth. Reserve parking has to go three wide in sixth. And then Spud is a star is seventh. 59-1 for the first half mile. Play to Rock is last of the eight, but right there with the rest as they head onto the far turn. Attorney at Law is the leader. Attorney at Law leading Loy's Big Al and Sunmaster, and now Sunmaster looks to the outside from that second spot. In the meantime, Sports Madness moves into contention. Will have to go three wide as they move on by the three-quarter, and they've all got to catch Attorney at Law, who still leads by 2 lengths. 129 flat the time, 129 flat. Sunmaster is still there, but still second. Then a gap of 3. Sports Madness lost ground around the far turn, back in the third position as they straighten away for home. And into the final 8th mile, Attorney at Law, 2-length lead. Sunmaster second by 2. Loy's Big Al is third. Attorney at Law by 3. Attorney at Law is going to win it. Oh, but it's off stride. Attorney at Law is off stride. Sunmaster manages to move on by for the win, followed by Loy's Big Al, then Attorney at Law. And Attorney at Law was just a few strides from the finish, appeared to be home free, but then broke stride in deep stretch. And as a result, Sunmaster moves on by and pounces for the win. Number 8, Sunmaster. Time for the mile, 1 minute 57 and 2/5 seconds. 1:57 and 2. Number 8, Sunmaster, your winner. Horsemen come to the track with race 3. Number 8, Sunmaster, is owned by Kyle Houston of Altamont, Viva Las Vegas Racing of Plainfield, Chris Norder of Troy, John Schwartz Jr. of Wooddale. Bred by Dr. Peter Karras of nearby Sherman, this Illinois-bred 3-year-old gelded son of the late great Sportsmaster, one of the greatest sires of all time in the state of Illinois, out of Sunshine Sister by Real Artist. That is the 7th winner of the meet, trained by Amy Houston. That is the 8th winner, driven by Kyle Houston, her husband. How about a hand for Sunmaster, number 8? 1 minute 57 and 2/5 seconds, with the last half in 58 and 1 and last quarter in 28 and 2/5 seconds. As that now will move Amy Houston up the list on the trainer standings for the meet, as she now has sole possession of 5th place, so that puts her into the top 5. And likewise, that moves Kyle Houston into the top 5. He is now 5th in the driver standings with those 8 wins. Full field rundown coming up. Here is the full field rundown from that second race. Incidentally, one quick note, there was a steward's inquiry into the stretch drive of that race, and stewards have confirmed that when number 2, Attorney at Law, broke stride, he indeed lost sufficient ground while on a break, and there was no one lapped on him at the wire. So there were no placings, no action taken. But here's the full field rundown from the top of the page. Sports Madness finished 4th in a dead heat. Attorney at Law finished 3rd. Loy's Big Al, the runner-up. Spud is a Star, finished 8. Reserved Parking was 7. Play to Rock was 6. Attaway Bombay finished 4 in a dead heat, and Sunmaster was the winner. Quarter, 28 and 4. Half, 59 and 1. 3 quarters, 129, and the mile, 1 minute 57 and 2/5 seconds. It reads down 4 dead heat, 3-2-8, 7-6, 4 dead heat, 1.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way the business works.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at TheStable.ca.
Midwest Harness Report has been a strong advocate and comprehensive source for harness racing in the Midwest and beyond for over 40 years. With owner-editor Tim Conkle leading the way, Midwest Harness Report brings you the latest news, information, schedules, and stats. Uncover remarkable stories about the people and horses at the core of harness racing. Midwest Harness Report reaches thousands of subscribers every month. For advertising and subscription inquiries, call 765-212-1320. or visit MidwestHarnessReport.com.
As soon as we have JD's Queen Lori, we will be set to go. Good to have Tim Norman and the gang from the Illinois Department of Agriculture on hand today. Again, our thanks to the IDOA for their help with post-race testing of our winners today. Horseman, a reminder, the testing area is located near the racing office. So if you're a winner, come to the winner's circle, and then head on back, hand off the horse, and trainer make sure the horse gets to the testing barn, which is the makeshift area near the racing office. Last horse coming to the track. No changes in the third race. Fillies and mares, pacers, non-winners of $5,000. Illinois breds allowed $6,250. Last four starts, also eligible non-winners of $5,000 in 2022-23. Number one is Southern Panda, owned by Mike Davis of Annapolis. Gary Crumrun of West Union, trained by Chad Cook, the driver Wyatt Abinetti. Two, Major Rosita, owned by Carlos Santos of Springfield, trained by Dossie Minor, Phil Knox in the bike. Three, Look Kimbo, owned by Eldon Hall of New Carlisle, Ohio, trained by Don Ray, Casey Leonard in the bike. Four, Two Incredibly Fast for You, owned by Jody Peacock of Cantrell, trained by Rick Schrock, the driver Travis Seekman. Five, Brooks Ocean, owned by Michelle and Raymond Morgan of Springfield and Carrollton, trained by Michelle Morgan, Richard Finn in the bike. Six, Jenny Ann, owned, trained, and driven by Rob Anderson of Bennett, Colorado. Seven, JD's Queen Lori, owned by Garcia Power Incorporated of Crete, of Angela Herrera Quinteros, trained by Hector Herrera, Matt Kruger, the driver. Eight, Frisky Jolie, owned by Sarah Potts of Grant Park, trained by Steve Searle, Juan Franco in the bike. Headed to the gate, race 3. Just a couple of weeks ago at the Hall of Fame of Harness Racing out in Goshen, New York, they inducted this year's class, and one of the inductees was a gentleman who actually had passed away last September, Lucien Fontaine. And Lucien Fontaine was a trainer and driver who had his own special connection to the Illinois State Fair Colt Stakes. Maybe the most controversial winner ever of an Illinois State Fair final. 1965, a horse named Chicago King. And Lucien was not the trainer of that horse, but he was the driver. Horse won the final, and man, the protesting began. Reason being, back at that time, your horse had to start at 2 Illinois County fairs to be eligible to race in the State Fair Colt Stakes. This horse had raced at the Clark County Fair at Marshall 2 heats, and then the next day at the Effingham County Fair at Altamont, but only 1 heat, he scratched the second. And there were folks saying that the rule could be interpreted to say you had to start at 2 fairs and race 2 heats at each fair. Bottom line, Chicago King prevailed. The protests were disallowed. 1965. Off and pacing we go in race 3, and there goes Brooks Ocean firing out for the lead. Southern Panda there to the inside. Major Rosita is up close in between that pair as they thunder into the first turn. Brooks Ocean moves up from the outside, clears the inside traffic, and dives over toward the rail and leads it by a length and a half. Major Rosita moves up on the outside of Southern Panda and now drops back instead, finds an opening in third. As Southern Panda goes second, Major Rosita is third. Look Kimbo is fourth, and Two Incredibly Fast for You is racing toward the center of the pack in fifth. 29-3 for the opening quarter, 29-3 fifth seconds. 27-3, thank you, Mark, 27-3. And indeed, it is Brooks Ocean who leads it by 2 lengths. Southern Panda second, a length and a half. Major Rosita is racing in third position. And now here comes JD's Queen Lori. She's moving up on the outside from the back of the pack. That's going to bring Look Kimbo off the rail. Look Kimbo is fourth. And then JD's Queen Lori is racing in fifth position as they head on by the half. 57 flat for the first half mile, 57 flat. Brooks Ocean leads it by a length and a half over to the far turn. Here is Look Kimbo moving up into second around the outside of Southern Panda in third. JD's Queen Lori is fourth. Major Rosita is fifth. Frisky Jolie is sixth up on the outside. And then further back, Jenny Ann is seventh, and Two Incredibly Fast for You gets shuffled all the way out to last, has pace, but now tries to move off the rail to find some racing room. 125 and 4 at the 3/4. 125 and 4. They turn for home. It is Brooks Ocean with the lead. Here comes Look Kimbo up on the outside. Brooks Ocean inside. Look Kimbo is right alongside. These two go at it. Southern Panda in behind that pair in third. And then Frisky Jolie from far back has gone to fourth. Look Kimbo the leader though, and she's drawing off. Look Kimbo is going to win it. Look Kimbo hits the wire nearly 5 lengths in front. Another multiple horse photo for second. Brooks Ocean, JD's Queen Lori, Frisky Jolie, all involved in that photo to separate second, third, and fourth. Time for the mile, 1:54 flat. Number 3, Look Kimbo, 1 minute, 54 seconds flat. Horsemen come to the track with the 4th race. A reminder, scratch the 2, Kurt Long John, and scratch the 4, Free Art. Scratch the 2, Kurt Long John, and scratch the 4, Free Art. Congratulations to our winning connections here in the 3rd race. Number 3, Look Kimbo, a 10-year-old mare by Phelan Frisky, Ohio-bred, Ohio-owned. A homebred for Eldon Hall of New Carlisle, Ohio, trained by Don Ray and Casey Leonard in the race bike. Quick reset of the driver standings. Corderia Stewart with 1 win today, Casey Leonard with 1 win today, and the updated standings show Cordarius leading by a score of 27 to 24 at the top of those standings. 154 flat for Look Kimbo, who has just won for the 30th time in her career. Good milestone there for Look Kimbo.
Peter the Great. No, not this guy. This guy. In 1891, Daniel D. Streeter, an avid horse breeder from Kalamazoo, Michigan, purchased a mare named Santos. Streeter owned a farm called the Oaklands on what is now Western Michigan University's campus. In 1894, Streeter sent Santos to Battle Creek to be bred to a stallion named Pilot Medium. The resulting colt, born in 1895 at Oaklands, was hailed Peter the Great. He quickly gained the attention of his owner for his intelligence. Streeter convinced retired world-famous driver-trainer Peter V. Johnston to come out of retirement and train this exceptional colt. Once introduced to Peter, Johnston couldn't pass up the opportunity. At the age of 2, Peter the Great made his debut at the Kentucky Futurity in Lexington. Unknown to most, he surprised everyone by finishing a close second to the race favorite, Janie T. The following year, as a 3-year-old, Peter returned to the Kentucky Futurity. He dominated by winning all 3 heats and setting a new track record of 2:12 and a half. Later that year, Streeter sold the champion horse for $20,000. Peter continued to race and achieve his best lifetime record of 2:07 1/4 in 1899 at the Empire City Track in New York. Unfortunately, he sustained a career-ending injury. However, despite his relatively brief time on the track, Peter the Great left an indelible mark on the trotting world through the exceptional quality of the colts he sired. A descendant of Hambletonian 10, Peter the Great became a legendary sire, producing exceptional offspring that continued to contribute to the evolution of the standardbred. Peter the Great moved around during his post-racing career as a stallion, but he settled at Laurel Hill Farm outside of Indianapolis, Indiana. Peter died in 1923 and is buried at Tom Taggart's residence near French Lick, Indiana. 5 years after his death, his groom, Jacob Councilman, passed away and his ashes were spread on Peter's grave. In honor of Peter's remarkable achievements, a monument was created in his birthplace of Kalamazoo. The plaque, attached to a boulder, acknowledged D.D. Streeter as the breeder and Peter V. Johnston as the trainer and driver of Peter the Great, and Peter himself. It reads, "On this farm was born the trotting stallion and sire Peter the Great, 2.7 1/4. Bred by D.D. Streeter, trained and driven in Kentucky futurities by Peter V. Johnston." Originally placed near the barn where Peter was born, the monument has been relocated several times. Today, the monument stands at Western Michigan University's Administration Building in remembrance of his remarkable life and his importance to the standardbred breed. Peter the Great is truly a treasure to be remembered and celebrated.
Wrap up here next week. Our final program for Suburban Downs Downstate will be a week from tomorrow. So we go racing here tomorrow and again next Thursday and Friday. And then we take a break and come back for the Illinois State Fair on Thursday, August 10th. Horsemen come to the track, race 4. Horses are on the track for race number 4. Horsemen, since you are on the opposite side of the racetrack, we have to tell you that just a moment ago, about a dozen young race fans with adult supervision have taken seats on the reviewing stand, and that is a fantastic sight to see. So we always welcome all of our race fans. And to the young people, really good to see you here because that is the future fan base of the sport. That is a wonderful sight to see. On the racetrack, 4th race, 2-year-old pacing colts and geldings, all of which are first-time starters in the sense of making a first career purse start. Scratch the 2, Kurt Longjohn. Scratch the 4, Free Art, both scratched because they are sick. Both scratched because they are sick. A reminder, Richard Finn drives the 6, Hey Freaky. Number 1 is Mason Blazin, owned by Donald Laufenberg of Highland, Wisconsin, trained by Terry Leonard. Casey Leonard is up. 2 is scratched. 3 is Fox Valley Kodiak, owned by Kay Willis of Beecher. Donna K. Kelly of La Plata, Missouri, trained by Nelson Willis. Juan Franco will drive. 4 is scratched. 5 is Woody is a Rocker, owned by Doug Overheiser of New Smyrna Beach, Florida. Rob Redoff of Channahon, Illinois, trained by Rob Redoff, the driver Kyle Houston. And number 6, Hey Freaky, owned by Dr. Cassidy Tarter, a recent graduate of the University of Illinois at Champaign-Urbana. From the School of Veterinary Medicine, it is Mike Rogers who trains and Richard Finn who drives. Number 6, Hey Freaky. Starter Roy Finn calls for the field. They are approaching the starting gate. They are at the post. Gate is rolling. Seeing those young race fans, that probably brings back memories for a lot of us who grew up in racing families and had the benefit of coming to this Illinois State Fair for racing from the time we were quite young. My first memory of the Illinois State Fair, 1976, age 7. Sitting in the stands watching Darrell Bussey win race after race. Man, I became a Darrell Bussey fan. Him and Richard Petty were 2 of my heroes as a child. They both knew how to win races. And they are off and pacing here in race 4. And there goes Hey Freaky out for the early lead. Mason Blazin is there toward the inside. Woody is a Rocker, takes toward the outside. Had an awkward step there, but Kyle Houston gathers up Woody is a Rocker and settles that pacer down, dropping out to the back of the pack. Everybody's going to settle in single file formation in this 4-horse field. Hey Freaky is the early leader. Hey Freaky leading Mason Blazin by 2 lengths around the first turn. Then a gap of 2 more to Fox Valley Kodiak, and 2 back of that one. Woody is a Rocker is last of the 4 as they slip on by the quarter-mile mark. 31 and 2 for the opening quarter. 31 and 2/5 seconds. Hey Freaky is the leader. Onto the backstretch. Hey Freaky will guide the field, moving from the south end of the course up toward the north end after 3/8 of a mile. Leads Mason Blazin by just over 2 lengths. A gap of 3 more to Fox Valley Kodiak, who's third by 1.5 lengths, and Woody is a Rocker is 4th as these 4 go single file on toward the half-mile mark. Moving past that red and white half-mile marker pole at the center of the backstretch, they move on toward the draw gate. Hey Freaky the leader. 1:03 and 1 the time. 1:03 and 1. So a leisurely pace, but no one coming forward to challenge Hey Freaky. So Richard Finn says, guys, I'm just sitting here biding my time with the lead. I'm waiting. And they lead it by 1.5 lengths. Hey Freaky with Richard Finn of the bike. Mason Blazin is racing in second. Now comes the challenge. Mason Blazin takes to the outside from that second position. Woody is a Rocker is third, still 3.5 lengths off the lead. And then Fox Valley Kodiak is shuffled to 4th. 1:33 and 1 the time at the 3/4. 1:33 and 1. Hey Freaky is the leader and has the lead by 2.5 lengths with 1/8 of a mile to go. Mason Blazin comes after the leader again, though, as they turn for home. Mason Blazin right alongside of Hey Freaky. Mason Blazin puts ahead in front. Mason Blazin with Casey Leonard in the red, white, and blue driving colors. Mason Blazin wins it. Mason Blazin won it by 2 lengths on the line. It was Fox Valley Kodiak who rallied up to grab second on the wire, away from Hey Freaky, who was third, and Woody as a Rocker finished fourth. Time for the mile, 2:01 flat. 2 minutes, 1 second, 2:01 flat. Horsemen, come to the track, please, with race 5. Congratulations to our winning connections in the 4th race. Number 1, Mason Blazin, owned by Donald Laufenberg of Highland, Wisconsin, who bred the winner. Terry Leonard trains, Casey Leonard drives, and that moves Casey up to 25 wins for the meet, and he now trails Cordarius Stewart by just 2 victories. Mason Blazin, a 2-year-old son of Some Star Somewhere, the reigning Illinois Pacing Sire of the Year, out of Finance the Farm, by former Illinois State Fair Colt Stakes champion Incredible Finale. 2:01 flat. And once again, Patsy, the winner, has gone back to the stable area. Patsy says no problem, so we will not see the winner in the winner's circle, but congratulations nonetheless to the connections. 2:01 flat. Mason Blazin, last quarter in 27 and 4, in the last half in 57 and 4/5 seconds. Here's the full field rundown. Mason Blazin was the winner. Kurt Longjohn was scratched. Fox Valley Kodiak, the runner-up. Free Art was scratched. Woody is a Rocker, 4. Hey Freaky finished 3rd. The quarter, 31 and 2. The half, 103 and 1. 3 quarters, 133 and a 5th. And the mile in 2:01 flat. Reach down, 1 scratch, 2 scratch, 4, 3. Race 5 is on the way. Driver of number 4, Fox Valley Cha-Cha, will be Jordan Patton. Number 4, Fox Valley Cha-Cha, the driver will be Jordan Patton.
Midwest Harness Report has been a strong advocate and comprehensive source for harness racing in the Midwest and beyond for over 40 years. With owner-editor Tim Conkle leading the way, Midwest Harness Report brings you the latest news, information, schedules, and stats. Uncover remarkable stories about the people and horses at the core of harness racing. Midwest Harness Report reaches thousands of subscribers every month. For advertising and subscription inquiries, call 765-212-1320 or visit MidwestHarnessReport.com.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way the business works.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at TheStable.ca.
A reminder, more racing here tomorrow. Post time is 12 noon. 14 purse races lined up for tomorrow's card. And then we're back here again next Thursday and Friday. And that will conclude the summertime Suburban Downs meet at Springfield and DuQuoin. Then we gather here on Thursday, August 10th for the first of 5 programs of harness racing at the Illinois State Fair. Waiting for Ashley's Little Angel and Can't Stay Too Long. Couple of late driver changes in this 5th race. Please note that number 2, Can't Stay Too Long, will be driven by Jerome Daniels. Put Jerome Daniels on the 2, Can't Stay Too Long. and as a result, move Jamal Denson to number 5. Ashley's Lil Angel. Jamal Denson will drive number 5. Horses on the track, Illinois conceived and foaled 3-year-old pacing fillies for a purse of $7,000 headed to the starting gate. Number 1, The Magical Woman, owned by Doug Overheiser of New Smyrna Beach, Florida. Anthony Lombardi of Morris, trained by Irv Miller, the driver Cordarius Stewart. 2, Can't Stay Too Long, owned by Charles Hurst Jr. of Houston, Texas, trained by Roshan Trigg. A reminder, contrary to the program, the driver Jerome Daniels. Number 3, Runaway Delight, owned by Kelly Bell of Windsor, Matt Avenatti of Crispin, trained and driven by Matt Avenatti. 4, Fox Valley Cha-Cha, owned and trained by Edward Earl Thomas of Pulaski, Mississippi. Contrary to the program, the driver is Jordan Patton. Jordan Patton on the 4. Number 5, Ashley's Little Angel. A reminder, it is Jamal Denson who drives number 5. Owned by the Flacco Family Farms of Alexis, co-owned by trainer Roshan Trigg of Brandon, Mississippi. Number 5 is Ashley's Little Angel, and again, the driver Jamal Denson. Number 6, My Daddy's Revenge, owned and trained by Mike Brink of Springfield, co-owned by Lori Searle of Springfield, the driver Matt Kruger. 7, Rona May, owned by Hugh and Susan Lacey of Joplin, Missouri, trained by Ray Hanna, Travis Seekman in the bike. Jerome Daniels drives the 2, Jordan Patton drives number 4, and Jamal Denson drives the 5. They are at the post, gates rolling for the 5th race. A little sense of humor in the judges' stand today. For many, many years, track announcers have had a running joke. They will often say that when I get to the point where my eyesight is so poor that I can't call races, I want to become a steward. Well, the stewards have fired back today. We were reminiscing about Tom Tetrick and talking about Tom's advice as a horseman and race caller when he would tell us, don't editorialize in the course of a race call. Some of the stewards looked up and said, we wish Tom had had that conversation with more track announcers. Oh, fun at the racetrack and fun memories of our departed friend Tom Tetrick as we race here today. Off stride goes Ashley's Little Angel on a break. The rest are off and pacing. There goes Rona May, firing right out for the lead. Can't Stay Too Long has early speed. The Magical Woman is away racing in 3rd. Rona May going to move on by now past the Magical Woman, and the Magical Woman's content to let Rona May move by for that lead around the first turn. Ashley's Little Angel travels along, or rather I should say Can't Stay Too Long is traveling along with Jerome Daniels in 3rd. Runaway Delight is next, and then comes Fox Valley Cha-Cha. Further back, My Daddy's Revenge, and then Ashley's Little Angel as they hit the back stretch. 28-1 for the opening quarter, 28 and 1/5 seconds. The Magical Woman sitting in that second position, winner of the Violet Stakes here just a few weeks ago. For now, she trails Rona May, who has the lead. Rona May leads it by a length, approaching the half. The Magical Woman is second by just a length. Can't stay too long is third. Runaway Delight takes to the outside. Here comes Runaway Delight, moving from the fourth position. Fox Valley Cha-Cha is back there in fifth. My Daddy's Revenge sixth, and Ashley's Little Angel is in seventh. 57-2 for the first half mile, 57-2. At the entry to the far turn they go. Rona May is the leader, but leads on only 3/4 of a length. Runaway Delight just off the leader's flank in second. The Magical Woman is in third. Fox Valley Cha-Cha fourth up on the outside. Can't stay too long. Is shuffled back toward fifth. My Daddy's Revenge sixth, swinging 3 wide. 6 lengths off the lead. And Ashley's Little Angel seventh and last. 1:27 flat, the time at the 3/4. My Daddy's Revenge is 5 wide out in the center of the racetrack with a sweeping move off the final turn and is coming after Rona May. Rona May is still there with the lead, though. Runaway Delight is in between horses. My Daddy's Revenge and Fox Valley Cha-Cha. It's wide open. The Magical Woman needs room, but she's not going to find it. Here's the wire. Rona May. Gutsy game performance. Rona May wins here in race 5 for Travis Siekman. They were coming after her from the inside lanes, from the outside lanes. She fought off every single challenge. Rona May, your winner. Time for the mile, 1:55 flat. Number 7, Rona May, 1:55. We'll meet the winner shortly. Come to the track with race 6. A big day here at the Illinois State Fairgrounds. A lot of activity taking place. You've got the Illinois State Fair Reining Horse Show, which began yesterday and continues through Saturday over at the Coliseum, straight out behind the grandstand and a little bit to the south. Of course, harness racing, Suburban Downs at Springfield here today. Don't forget the Illinois Products Farmers Market at the Shed just off the first turn of the racetrack. That beige-colored building with the orange roof, the Shed, hosting the Illinois Products Farmers Market, which gets underway at 3:30. Well, Travis Siekman has just become the third driver of the meet to reach the 20-win plateau. He is third in the driver standings. He has 20 victories on the meet. He trails leader Cordarius Stewart by 7 victories. Into the winner's circle, owned by Hugh and Susan Lacey of Joplin, Missouri, a homebred filly for the Lacey family. Trained by Ray Hanna from down at Altamont and driven by Travis Siekman. How about a hand for Rona May? Hey, Travis, I think you got some young people who are hoping to get a close-up look at that horse. If you could just could you make one more pass through the winner's circle? He nods his head. You know, Travis is a dad, and he's had his daughters with him at some of the race days here this year, so he knows what this is all about, and he knows how much young people like to see a racehorse up close, so he's going to be kind and oblige, and he crawls off the race bike, and he brings Rona May back into the winner's circle. More young'uns getting ready to come down toward the reviewing stand. Now, this is a fantastic moment. How about that, folks? Travis Siekman taking time to show these young people this racehorse up close, taking time to say hello. That is a beautiful sight. Rona May is very patient, very kind. She lowers her head and acknowledges our young racing fans. That is fantastic. Travis, thank you very much to you and trainer Ray Hanna. We do appreciate that. Here's the full field rundown from race 5. The Magical Woman finished 3rd. Can't Stay Too Long was 5. Runaway Delight was the runner-up. Fox Valley Cha-Cha finished 4. Ashley's Little Angel 6. My Daddy's Revenge 7. Rona May the winner. The quarter 28-1. The half 57-2. 3 quarters in 127. And the mile in 155. Reach down 352, 467-1. 6th race is on the way. The driver of the 2, Candy's Fortune, Denarius Dortch. Number 2, Candy's Fortune, Denarius Dortch will be the driver. So many of us have memories from childhood of growing up around these racehorses, and those memories do stick with a person for a lifetime. Remembered talking to Stephanie Pennington, whose late father, John Cisna, trained horses here for many years, and John had a trotter named Satin Imp. And he was one of those horses. He wasn't the best of his crop, but he was always in there knocking, and he was always in there getting a piece of the action, 3rd or 4th, that kind of thing. And I remember when Stephanie said, the thing I remember about all the horses that Dad had, she said, one of the things that always sticks out in my mind, Satin Imp loved elephant ears. She said you would go to a fair, and they always have that fried dough concoction with cinnamon on top called the elephant ear, and she said Satin Imp loved to eat elephant ears. If you took him an elephant ear, he was a happy, happy horse. 6th race on the way.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate. We've changed the way the business works.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at thestable.ca.
Midwest Harness Report has been a strong advocate and comprehensive source for harness racing in the Midwest and beyond for over 40 years. With owner-editor Tim Conkle leading the way, Midwest Harness Report brings you the latest news, information, schedules, and stats. Uncover remarkable stories about the people and horses at the core of harness racing. Midwest Harness Report reaches thousands of subscribers every month. For advertising and subscription inquiries, call 765-212-1320 or visit MidwestHarnessReport.com.
Horses are on the track for race number 6, pacing fillies and mares, non-winners of $5,000 in the last 4 starts. Illinois Conceived and Folded allowed a threshold of $6,250. Also eligible non-winners of $5,000 in 2022-23. No scratches. A reminder, the driver of number 2, Candy's Fortune, is Denarius Dortch. Denarius Dortch, the driver of number 2, Candy's Fortune. Number 1 is Southgate Sally, owned by Blake and Jeff Driscoll of Carrollton, Mark and Karen Walker of Carrollton, trained by Mark Walker. The driver is Jamaica Patton. 2 is Candy's Fortune, owned by Brian and Candy Herzog of Beecher City, trained by Freddie Patton Jr., Denarius Dortch in the bike. Number 3 is Ideal Dancer, owned by Jesse Jenkins of Carthage, Mississippi, William Meredith of Kosciuszko, Mississippi. Had to call their city hall yesterday and check on that. Kosciuszko, Mississippi, for William Meredith, who's also the trainer and the driver in addition to being the co-owner. Number 4, Admit, owned and trained by D. Causey, Matt Kruger in the bike. 5 is Red Clover, owned by Carol and Diane Hayes of Williamsville, trained by Carol Hayes, Kyle Houston, the driver. 6, Bombay Parkway, owned by Ed Teefy of Mount Sterling, trained by Mike Brink. Juan Franco is up. 7, Dune Dame, owned by the Scorpio Stable of Davenport, Iowa, of David and Joseph McCaffrey, owned also by Franklin Anderson of Rockford, Terry Leonard of Harvard, trained by Terry Leonard, driver Casey Leonard. 8, Double Parked, owned and trained by Kevin Miller of Arthur, the driver Cordarius Stewart. At the post, gates rolling for race 6. Horsemen, stand by with race 7. You are up next. Right now, the racetrack is hot. We're ready to go with the 6th race, 1/8 of a mile from the start. They are off and pacing, double parked, wasting no time. Fires right out for the early lead. Ideal Dancer is there, and Southgate Sally now kicks in down toward the inside as they thunder into the first turn. Red Clover comes away racing in the 4th position, and Candy's Fortune away in good order as well as they move down around the first turn, but will settle toward the center of the pack. At the front, it's Double Parked. Double Parked moves on by and has the lead by just 1 length. Ideal Dancer will go 2nd past the quarter, and Red Clover has settled 3rd. Southgate Sally is 4th. 26-4, fastest opening quarter of the day, 26-4, as Double Park shows the way and leads it by 2 lengths to Ideal Dancer up the back stretch, headed toward the half-mile mark. And then Red Clover is 3rd, and Southgate Sally is racing in the 4th position as they approach the half-mile station. Here comes Southgate Sally. She's out and moving from the number 4 spot. Now she's up into 3rd. Further back, Admit moves up in the outer flow behind her from 5th. 56-2 the time for the first half mile, 56 2 fifth seconds. In the meantime, Red Clover gets the shuffle down toward the inside in the 6th spot. Dune Dame moves up on her outside. She's up into the 7th position now taking 6th around the far turn. And further back, you've got Bombay Parkway, who is next to last. They're at the 3/4. Candy's Fortune has been shuffled from 5th back to 8th as they move for the top of the stretch. 125-2 at the 3/4, 125-2. Southgate Sally right alongside of Double Park. That's the battle for the lead. A gap of 3 more lengths back to Ideal Dancer, who's back there in 3rd. Southgate Sally challenging Double Parked. And then comes Ideal Dancer, who's still in 3rd position. And Dune Dame is coming late, and so is Bombay Parkway. Dune Dame, Bombay Parkway, Dune Dame, and Bombay Parkway hit the wire together. Dune Dame and Bombay Parkway, what a finish here in race 6. 1:54 flat was the time for the mile, 1 minute 54 seconds flat. Looked like that Dune Dame hung on by a diminishing head, but we will confirm that result with our photo finish technician, who today is Mr. Mark Brown. Dune Dame unofficially by a diminishing head, but number 6 Bombay Parkway was right there with her at the wire. Both of those pacing mares rallying from off the pace to hit the wire, separated by just a few inches. And the photo finish does confirm the winner to be number 7 Dune Dame by a head over the 6 Bombay Parkway. So number 7 Dune Dame does prevail for the win. Right now, the reason for the delay, the stewards are gathered around the photo finish camera with Mark Brown checking for positions further back behind the winner. They said the winner's good. The winner won by a head. That was the 7 Dune Dame over Bombay Parkway. But right now they are checking. There was also a couple of other spots further back in the order finish where some horses were hitting the wire pretty closely together. So just want to make sure we sort through everything before we announce the entire result as official. But again, number 7 Dune Dame has won, and she's won 2 in a row now at this meet after winning here last Friday. She wins here today. Congratulations to the Scorpio stable of Davenport, Iowa. That's David and Joseph McCaffrey, co-owners Franklin Anderson of Rockford, Illinois, and trainer Terry Leonard of Harvard. Casey Leonard in the race bike. That is a driving triple today for Casey Leonard, and that is a training double for Terry Leonard. The winner, Dune Dame, 9-year-old mare by Duneside Perch, out of Dixie Dame by Jate Lobel, bred by the Fair Meadow Farm of the late Carl Becker. Again, the time for the mile, 1 minute 54 seconds flat. 1:54 flat. Dune Dame, 20th career victory. Casey Leonard has now within 1 win of Cordarius Stewart. Resetting the driver standings, Cordarius 27 wins for the meet. Casey Leonard is now up to 26. And then Travis Seekman with 20. Here's the full field rundown for race 6. From the top, Southgate Sally finished 3. Candy's Fortune was 8. Ideal Dancer finished 4. Admit was 6. Red Clover was 7. Bombay Parkway, the runner-up. Dune Dame was the winner. And Double Parked finished 5. The opening quarter, 26-4. The first half mile, 56-2. 3 quarters, 125 2/5. And the time for the mile, 1:54. Reads down 384, 672, 15. 7th race on the way, race number 7. There are no scratches, no driver changes to report in this 7th event. Horsemen, come to the track, please. Many thanks once again to everybody who has come together to make this summertime Suburban Downs Downstate meeting possible. Our thanks to the Carey family and to Jim Miller, the general manager at Hawthorne Racecourse, Racing Secretary Robin Schatt. We appreciate the arrangements that were made so that we could have a summertime race meet and take advantage of these 1-mile tracks at Springfield and DuQuoin. Thanks to Rebecca Clark, the Illinois State Fair manager, her grounds crew and track crew here. Likewise, to everybody on the staff at the DuQuoin State Fair, we appreciate all the hard work that's gone into making these races possible throughout the summer. Our live stream from Trot and Pace Marketing. Thanks again to Tony Simone and the Illinois Harness Horsemen's Association for making those live streams possible. Our operations director, Tina Schrock, assisted by Marietta Walker. Our production assistant, Linda Brown. Brad Dye and Jim Austin, our presiding judges today, and they are assisted by Tim Searle. Our starter is Roy Finn. Our timer is Mark Brown. Our charter is Tom Shin. Our data entry clerk, Leanne Shin. She's also our liaison with the U.S. Trotting Association. Photo finish today in the hands of Mark Brown. Our identifiers, Danny Satterfield and Tina Schrock. Dr. Kate McBurney, our veterinarian. Patsy Fryman, the Winter Circle photographer. Ted and Janet Torgerson providing Winter Circle assistance. Our thanks to Audio Technical Services with the sound system here at the Illinois State Fairgrounds. Lifestar Ambulance providing the ambulance service. Our outriders, Dwayne Wells and Lacey Tenyes. Eric Sievers over at Barn 39, the blacksmith on call. Free will donation for food today over on the back stretch. Again, those free will donations to benefit Bobby Decker and his family to help defray expenses as he recovers from a racing accident. Post-race testing, thanks to Tim Norman, Carrie Tiskus, and everybody at the Illinois Department of Agriculture. Tack and equipment available through Cross Harness Supply. Week 7 of the 8 that make up Suburban Downs, Hawthorne downstate this summer at Springfield and DuQuoin. Good to have you with us.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at TheStable.ca.
Midwest Harness Report has been a strong advocate and comprehensive source for harness racing in the Midwest and beyond for over 40 years. With owner-editor Tim Conkle leading the way, Midwest Harness Report brings you the latest news, information, schedules, and stats. Uncover remarkable stories about the people and horses at the core of harness racing. Midwest Harness Report reaches thousands of subscribers every month. For advertising and subscription inquiries, call 765-212-1320 or visit MidwestHarnessReport.com.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way the business works.
The Standardbred is athletic, strong, and sturdy. Their minds intelligent, their hearts like no other. They pour their all into every jog and race. They are warriors, they are champions, they are heroes. When their time at the track ends, it's just the beginning of a new chapter. But we must help write these stories as they transition from racehorse to riding horse. We owe it to them, the horses that give their all, to provide the time and tools they need to succeed, to bridge the gap between the track and a bright future, to find their perfect partner to help them realize their full potential. Help us help Standardbreds beyond the track at newvocations.org.
of Mount Sterling. Mike Brink is the trainer, Mike is the driver. 2 Gotta Go Graham, owned by Shelley Graham of Salem, trained by Buzz Graham, the driver, Juan Franco. 3 Bella's First Moose, owned by Alan Beals of Hoffman Estates, trained and driven by Gary Rath. 4 is My Buddy Steve, owned by John Krasnikan Jr. of Streeter, Mary Krasnikan of Streeter, trained by Steve Searle. The driver is Wyatt Avenatti. 5 is Downtown Leroy Brown, owned by Jim and Teresa Greer of Peoria, trained by Nick Prather, the driver, Travis Seekman. 6 Dandy Ship, owned by the Dandy Farms Incorporated of Jeff Davis of Glenview, trained by Terry Leonard, the driver, Casey Leonard. 7 is Almost Gone, owned and trained by Terry Leonard of Harvard, the driver, Kyle Houston. And 8 Vertical Speed, owned by Kevin Miller of Arthur, Brian Lohman of Broadlands, Bert Harksprung of Elburn, and Daryl Miller of Arthur, trained by Kevin Miller, the driver, Cordarius Stewart. Starter calls for the field for race 7. By the way, horsemen, given that this is a field of 2-year-old pacers, which all happen to be Illinois conceived and foaled, want to pass along a quick note of clarification about the Jeffers Memorial races, which are coming up at the end of this month on Sunday, July 30th at the Effingham County Fair at Altamont. Those races are being called stakes, but they really aren't. They're really early closers. As long as you're ICF, you're good to go, because I've talked to a few horsemen who said, well, I'm not coming for those races because we didn't stake to it. Here's good news, horsemen, you didn't have to stake to it. As long as you have an Illinois conceived and foaled 2-year-old trotter or pacer, horsemen, you are good to go if you want to enter the Jeffers Memorial races at the Effingham County Fair on Sunday, July 30th. And again, after having talked to some horsemen who were not quite clear on the point and asked for clarification, as long as you've got an ICF 2-year-old, you're good to go. There were no stakes payments for that race. Here they come, race 7. Often pacing they go, and there goes Vertical Speed for the lead. Downtown Leroy Brown is right there as they head for the first turn with Bella's First Moose, also showing early speed. Then Red Hot Sky gets away in good position down toward the inside in 4th, now taking 3rd as they swing around the first turn. Downtown Leroy Brown moves up and has the early lead, and now Gotta Go Graham kicks in. Gotta Go Graham moves up on the outside from 3rd to 2nd and now takes the lead. Gotta Go Graham is on top past the quarter. Downtown Leroy Brown is 2nd. Bella's First Moose is racing 3rd. Red Hot Sky is 4th. Downtown Leroy Brown is 5th. 29 and 3 for the opening quarter. 29 and 3/5 seconds. And then further back, My Buddy Steve is in the 6th position. Dandy Ship is in the 7th spot, and Almost Gone is last of the 8 as they head on toward the half-mile mark. Gotta Go Graham is the leader. Gotta Go Graham is on top and leads it by just over 2 lengths. Leads it now by 3. Downtown Leroy Brown travels along in 2nd position. 58-4. Time for the first half mile, 58 and 4/5 seconds. Lead battle's tightening up now because there's a problem there for Gotta Go Graham, who put in a couple of awkward steps. Juan Franco alertly moved from left to right to gather up that horse and left room at the inside, left plenty of clearance for Downtown Leroy Brown, who has taken over and leads it by 3.5, 4 lengths now with a quarter mile to go. Bella's First Moose is racing in 2nd. Then there's a gap of 4 more lengths back to Red Hot Sky in the 3rd position. 128 flat at the 3/4, 128 flat. Vertical Speed is 4th, but racing 10 lengths off the lead. Downtown Leroy Brown is the leader. Final 8th mile, leads it by 5 lengths. Bella's First Moose to 2nd by 3. Red Hot Sky is closing ground late, but is still 3rd. Final 16th, Downtown Leroy Brown, a 5-length lead. Travis Seekman with a driving double on the day. Downtown Leroy Brown won it by 3.5 lengths. Bella's First Moose was 2nd, Red Hot Sky 3rd. Close for 4th, either Vertical Speed from the outside or My Buddy Steve from the inside. And then further back, Almost Gone was across the line in the 6th position and was followed then by Dandy Ship in 7th. And Gotta Go Graham, after getting rough-gated around the final turn, dropped back and finished 8th. Time for the mile, 1:57 flat. 1 minute, 57 seconds flat, the time for the mile. Number 5, Downtown Leroy Brown, your winner. Horsemen come to the track with race 8. Also, horsemen, one other note as we talk about these 2-year-olds, another point of confusion. There has also been a story floating around that the Effingham County Fair is not going to accept an overflow number of entries for the Jeffers Memorial. Again, not true. They will split into divisions. They've rounded up sponsors. The purses are going to be strong. Enter for those races if you have an ICF 2-year-old, and we're going to hit this and hit it hard between now and the end of the month just to clear up what is a misunderstanding that somehow has started about those races. If you've got an Illinois bred like Downtown Leroy Brown, enter. Doesn't matter what your horse's earnings are, if it's raced or not. All this talk about, oh, they're not going to take overflow entries, they're not going to split. Baloney. Enter those ICF 2-year-olds for the Jeffers Memorial at the Effingham County Fair July 30th. How about a hand for number 5, Downtown Leroy Brown? Congratulations to Jim and Teresa Greer of Peoria. They are the co-owners. Nick Prather, the trainer. Travis Seekman with a driving double. 21 wins now for Travis on the meet. And he is third in those driver standings, just 6 back of leader Cordarius Stewart. Downtown Leroy Brown, a 2-year-old gelded son of Ashley's Big Guy, out of Philly Wellness by Well Said, bred by Demario Brown of Mississippi. The time for the mile, 1 minute, 57 seconds flat. Here is the full field rundown. It's official for the 7th race. Stand by. Here is the full field rundown for race 7. It is official for the 7th race. Red Hot Sky was 3rd. Gotta Go Graham was 8th. Bella's First Moose, the runner-up. My Buddy Steve finished 5. Downtown Leroy Brown, the winner. Dandy Ship was 7. Almost Gone was 6. And Vertical Speed was 4. The quarter, 29-3. The half in 58-4. 3 quarters in 1:28. The time for the mile, 1:57 flat. Reach down 3:82, 5:17, 6:4. 8th of our 14 races is on the way. No changes in race 8. Horsemen, come to the track, please. 8th race.
Midwest Harness Report has been a strong advocate and comprehensive source for harness racing in the Midwest and beyond for over 40 years. With owner-editor Tim Conkle leading the way, Midwest Harness Report brings you the latest news, information, schedules, and stats. Uncover remarkable stories about the people and horses at the core of harness racing. Midwest Harness Report reaches thousands of subscribers every month. For advertising and subscription inquiries, call 765-212-1320. or visit MidwestHarnessReport.com.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way the business works.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at TheStable.ca.
Horsemen, as we get ready to move toward the conclusion of this summertime Suburban Downs downstate meeting, the county fair circuit is going to be heating up. A lot of racing coming up. You've got the Edgar County Fair Monday evening at Paris. You've got racing at both the Fulton County Fair at Lewiston and the Champaign County Fair at Urbana on Tuesday, July 25. Then you've got three significant fairs with strong racing programs that all stack up on top of one another. You're going to have the Logan County Fair at Lincoln on Sunday, July 30th and Monday, July 31st. You're going to have the Coles County Fair at Charleston Wednesday, August 2nd, Thursday, August 3rd, and Friday, August 4th. Throughout that week, you've got the Effingham County Fair at Altamont Sunday, July 30th through Friday, August 4th. Then all of that leads into the Brown County Fair at Mount Sterling on Saturday, August 5 and Sunday, August 6. Then Clark County at Marshall, Boone County at Belvedere, White County at Carmi, all that following week. So a lot of great racing opportunities. That's the good news. The bad news is a number of those dates stack up, one on top of the other. Just a reminder that folks connected to each of those fairs have fought hard to keep racing as part of their fair's annual schedule of entertainment, and they all deserve your support. So keep that in mind as you make your decisions for the latter part of July and then on into August. A lot of fairs out there with a lot of sincere folks that have put in a lot of hard work to keep racing alive and well at their respective fairs, and they could all use your support. And I know they will appreciate any support that you all can give them. It's a busy time of year, but it's a fun time of year, and then all of this building toward the Illinois State Fair Colt Stakes coming up in mid-August. Also, horsemen, keep in mind that the entry deadline for the Edgar County Fair at Paris is tomorrow morning, Friday morning, tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Central. Also keep in mind that Leanne Shin, who is the coordinator for entries at Edgar County, is also part of our racing staff for Suburban Downs at Hawthorne. What that means is Leanne is busy working here today. She'll be home tonight. She'll be driving back up here tomorrow morning. So we want to encourage you, if you're planning to enter for Edgar County, take advantage of entering online. Take advantage of entering online. Leanne will be headed home. You can contact her tonight by phone after today's racing program. In the morning, she will be en route back to Springfield, and she should be here probably by around 9:30 tomorrow morning, so there will be a brief window from 9:30 to 10 where you can speak with her in person at the racing office. Best option, make those entries online for the Edgar County Fair. Deadline tomorrow morning at 10. Horses have reached the starting gate. Race 8 Pacers, non-winners of $15,000 in the last 4 starts. Illinois Conceived and Fold allowed a threshold of $18,750. 1 Fox Valley Gemini, owned by Jim Ballinger of Atwater, trained by Terry Leonard. Casey Leonard is up. 2 Toxic Rock, owned and trained by Ray Hanna of Altamont. Matt Kruger, the driver. 3 Joe McDude, owned by Aaron Chris Moore of Ashland, Kentucky, trained and driven by Jamal Denson. 4 Primo Giovanni, owned by the Ingle Stable of Illinois LLC of Marty Ingle of Northbrook, trained by Terry Leonard, the driver is Travis Seekman. 5 is Giddy Up, owned by David Brigham of Michigan. Kyle Houston of Altamont, Illinois. John Schwartz Jr. of Wooddale, Illinois, trained by Amy Houston. Kyle Houston driving. 6 Tell the Dream, owned by Dustin Sanders of Park Ridge, trained by Merv Chupp. Cordarius Stewart will drive. 7 Showboat Shooting, owned by Martin Budke of Florence, South Carolina, trained by Rob Redoff, the driver. Juan Franco. Here they come, there they go, off and pacing in race 8. The early battle, Fox Valley Gemini, right out for the early lead. Takes the advantage heading down into the first turn. Joe McDude will go second as they swing around that south turn, headed toward the quarter. Toxic Rock is up close in the early strides. Moves up from third into second, right behind Fox Valley Gemini, as Joe McDude will settle back and find an opening against the rail in third. And there goes Tell the Dream. Tell the Dream is moving fast. Fourth, third, second, now the leader. Tell the Dream has taken over. 28 flat for the opening quarter. 28 seconds flat. Tell the Dream leads it by a length. Fox Valley Gemini is second by just a length. Toxic Rock is third. Joe McDude is racing in fourth. Giddy Up is fifth. Primo Giovanni is in sixth. And Showboat Shooting is last of the 7. Single file formation at the midpoint of the backstretch. Halfway home in race 8, Tell the Dream is the leader. Tell the Dream leads it by a length. Fox Valley Gemini second by a length and a half as they roll on past the half. 56-1 the time for the first half mile, 56-1. There's Joe McDude moving up on the outside third, now challenging for second. Giddy Up moves up with cover behind him. He's fourth on the outside, 3 lengths off the lead. Toxic Rock shuffled back into the 5th position. Primo Giovanni is in 6th. Showboat Shooting last of the 7, racing 8 lengths from the front. They move midway on the far turn, and it is Tell the Dream who still leads it, but only by 3/4 of a length, and then Joe McDude on the outside. 1:25-1 the time of the 3/4. Giddy Up swings out to the center of the track. Gemini is crying out for room. He's trying to find it toward the inside. Now he's looking toward the outside. Tell the Dream is the leader. Fox Valley Gemini is trapped in behind horses. Here he comes late. He's getting through. The wire's coming. Tell the Dream. Fox Valley Gemini. Showboat Shooting third at the wire. Gemini does it. Gemini has done it. He never found room until deep stretch, and he gets up to win it by a half length on the line. What a horse, what a performance. Fox Valley Gemini career win number 58 for owner Jim Ballinger, trainer Terry Leonard, and driver Casey Leonard. Time 2 and 3/5 seconds, 1:52-3. Fox Valley Gemini, your winner in today's 8th race. We'll meet the winner in a moment. Horsemen come to the track with race 9. Steward's Inquiry is focusing on the stretch drive of today's 8th race. Steward's Inquiry focusing on the stretch drive of race 8. Stand by for more information. A lot was happening down the stretch. A lot of pacers were moving late in the stretch, and there is a Steward's Inquiry into the stretch drive. Just double-checking, looking at the replay of the stretch drive. Thanks to our friends at Trot and Pace Marketing, we are able to do that. I should say the stewards are able to do that. Take a look at the video as soon as the race is over. So again, a general Steward's Inquiry with everybody that was looking for room and changing lanes late in the race. Stewards right now are just double checking to make sure that no one's progress was impeded. And the stewards, after reviewing the stretch drive of the race, have given the all clear. There will be no change in the result. Everybody had clearance to move when they did. Folks, what can you say about this horse that hasn't been said already? Here he is, Fox Valley Gemini. This 8-year-old gelded son of Yankee Skyscaper, bred by the Fox Valley Standardbreds of Sherman of Dr. Kenneth and Patricia Walker, is out of Epona by Cole Muffler. Jim Ballinger of Atwater has owned this pacer throughout his career. He's been trained by Terry Leonard and driven by Casey Leonard throughout his racing career. 58th career victory, over $700,000 in earnings, and won those 3 consecutive titles from 2018 through 2020 as the Illinois Horse of the Year. He's an iron horse, and he has helped Terry Leonard achieve a training triple on the day and a quadruple for Casey Leonard. How about that? Fox Valley Gemini, your winner. And that does move Casey Leonard into a tie with Cordarius Stewart atop the standings for the meet. Casey Leonard and Cordarius Stewart now tied at 27 wins apiece. Travis Siekman is third with 21. Trainer standings, you've got Irv Miller leading with 17, and then you've got four trainers tied with 8 wins apiece. Kevin Miller, Tom Simmons, Dennis Gardner, and now Terry Leonard, part of that logjam for second. Here's the full field rundown. It's official for the 8th race from the top of the page. Fox Valley Gemini, the winner. Toxic Rock finished 5. Joe McDude was 6. Primo Giovanni finished 4. Giddy Up was 7. Tell the Dream was the runner-up. And Showboat Shooting came late for 3rd. The quarter, 28 seconds. The half in 56 and 1. 3 quarters, 125 and a fifth. And the time for the mile, 1 minute, 52 and 3/5 seconds. It reads 1:56.472.3. The 9th race is on the way, and the 9th event has no changes. Horsemen, come to the track, please. Race 9.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way the business works.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at TheStable.ca.
Midwest Harness Report has been a strong advocate and comprehensive source for harness racing in the Midwest and beyond for over 40 years. With owner-editor Tim Conkle leading the way, Midwest Harness Report brings you the latest news, information, schedules, and stats. Uncover remarkable stories about the people and horses at the core of harness racing. Midwest Harness Report reaches thousands of subscribers every month. For advertising and subscription inquiries, call 765-212-1320 or visit MidwestHarnessReport.com.
Horses are on the track for race 9, Illinois Conceived and Foaled 3-year-old Pacers. That's about all you have to say, folks. A lot of horsemen have been talking how deep and talented this crop of Illinois-bred 3-year-old pacing colts and geldings is. Number 1, there's no changes, by the way, in race 9. Number 1, Fox Valley Steeler is owned by Ann Schneider of Petersburg, Jim Walden of Lincoln, Carl Lacey of Springfield, Benita Simmons of Springfield, trained by Tom Simmons, Casey Leonard in the bike. 2, Fox Valley Patriot, owned by Doug Overheiser of New Smyrna Beach, Florida, Anthony Lombardi of Morris, trained by Irv Miller, Jamaica Patton driving. 3 is Unhinged Speed, owned and trained by Ivor Hengstrom of Boca Raton, Florida. The driver is Matt Kruger. 4 is Fox Valley Landon, owned by David Brigham of Concord, Michigan, Kyle Houston of Altamont, Illinois, John Schwartz Jr. of Wooddale, Illinois, trained by Amy Houston, Kyle Houston driving. 5, Cage Daniel is owned by Shelley Graham of Salem, trained by Buzz Graham, and the driver is Juan Franco. 6, Fox Valley Cayman, owned by Carl Lacey of Springfield, Jim Cravens of Buffalo, Benita Simmons of Springfield, trained by Tom Simmons, Travis Seekman of the bike. 7, Fox Valley Jasper, owned by Doug Overheiser, owned also by the Engel Stable of Illinois LLC of Northbrook of Marty Engel, trained by Irv Miller, Cordarius Stewart driving. At the post, gates rolling. Illinois-bred sophomore pacers sent on their way by starter Roy Finn. Unhinged Speed grabs the racetrack, goes out for the lead. Fox Valley Patriot right there, and Fox Valley Steeler down toward the inside as that field sweeps into the first turn. Unhinged Speed, center of the racetrack, had gone out for the lead, now drops back. That will allow Fox Valley Steeler to move up. Fox Valley Steeler saves the ground around the first turn and leads it by a length. Fox Valley Patriot will go second. Unhinged Speed will drop over against the rail, racing in third position as they go on by the quarter-mile mark. Fox Valley Jasper is in fourth. Fox Valley Cayman is fifth. 28-3, the time for the opening quarter. 28-3 fifth seconds. Fox Valley Landon is in the sixth position for the move off the first turn and up the backstretch, and Cage Daniel is last to the 7, 10 lengths off the lead, but now takes to the outside to start moving from the back of the pack. Fox Valley Steeler is the leader. Fox Valley Steeler is on top, approaching the half, leads it by a length and a half. Fox Valley Patriot second. Unhinged Speed is racing in third. Fox Valley Jasper is fourth, and then Fox Valley Cayman. 57-2 for the first half mile. Here comes Unhinged Speed now. 57-2 at the half. Unhinged Speed moves up on the outside to challenge for second, but they're all chasing Fox Valley Steeler, who leads the field onto the final turn and leads it by a length. And then Unhinged Speed is second by a neck. Fox Valley Patriot third. Fox Valley Jasper swings off the rail fourth. He'll have to go 3 wide. He's 5 lengths off the lead. Fox Valley Landon is fifth. He's buried toward the rail. 7 lengths to make up. 125-2 at the 3/4, 125-2. Turning for home, Fox Valley Steeler leading Fox Valley Patriot by a length and a half, now by 2 lengths. Fox Valley Landon trying to come up the rail. He's third. He's looking for room. Fox Valley Steeler with Fox Valley Landon coming late, and then Fox Valley Patriot. Here's Landon. Here's Landon. Here's Landon. Fox Valley Landon. Unbelievable stretch rally, bursting through between horses, and Fox Valley Landon wins it for Kyle Houston. For the mile, 1 minute 52 and 2/5 seconds. 152-2. Fox Valley Landon, the winner of race 9. We'll meet the winner in a moment. Horsemen come to the track with race 10. Back on June the 9th, Fox Valley Landon won at the DuQuoin State Fairgrounds as part of this Suburban Downs at Hawthorne downstate meeting, and he came a last quarter that day in 25-4. Practically everyone on the infield in the judges' stand turned and looked at timer Mark Brown and said, "Nah, that can't be right. You better check your watch." And Mark held forth his watch. He said, "It is correct. Trust me." And indeed, we have learned since then that Fox Valley Landon is a horse with a high gear and also possessed of a certain amount of athleticism and agility as he nimbly made his way between horses with a calm, cool, and collected drive courtesy of Kyle Husted. That is a training double for Kyle's wife, Amy, on the day. That's a driving double for Kyle. That's 3 wins for Fox Valley Standardbreds as breeder. 2 winners sired by Some Star Somewhere. Congratulations to owners David Brigham of Concord, Michigan, Kyle Husted of Altamont, and John Schwartz Jr. of Wooddale, Illinois. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the leading contenders for the Illinois State Fair Colt Stakes 3-year-old pace coming up in August, number 4, Fox Valley Landon. And as we mentioned before these horses left the starting gate, a lot of horsemen, a lot of race fans have been eyeballing this crop of Illinois-bred 3-year-old pacing colts and geldings and talking about how deep this crop is, how talented this crop is. And Fox Valley Landon has asserted himself now with 5 wins and 6 starts on the season. That is win number 9 of the meets for Kyle Husted, and win number 8 for Amy, who now is part of that logjam for runner-up right now in the trainer standings. That's a pretty darn good team. Kyle and Amy Husted. Congratulations, folks. Fox Valley Landon. Here's the full field rundown. Again, the time for the mile was 1:52.2. Here's the official result for race 9 from the top. Fox Valley Steeler finished 4. Fox Valley Patriot 3. Unhinged Speed was 5. Fox Valley Landon, the winner. Cage Daniel was 7. Fox Valley Cayman 6. And Fox Valley Jasper was the runner-up. The quarter, 28-3. The half, 57-2. 3 quarters, 125-2. And the mile, 152 2/5. Reads down, 435, 176.2. That brings us to race 10 on the card. There are no changes. Horsemen come to the track with that 10th race.
Peter the Great. No, not this guy. This guy. In 1891, Daniel D. Streeter, an avid horse breeder from Kalamazoo, Michigan, purchased a mare named Santos. Streeter owned a farm called the Oaklands on what is now Western Michigan University's campus. In 1894, Streeter sent Santos to Battle Creek to be bred to a stallion named Pilot Medium. The resulting colt, born in 1895 at Oaklands, was hailed Peter the Great. He quickly gained the attention of his owner for his intelligence. Streeter convinced retired world-famous driver-trainer Peter V. Johnston to come out of retirement and train this exceptional colt. Once introduced to Peter, Johnston couldn't pass up the opportunity. At the age of 2, Peter the Great made his debut at the Kentucky Futurity in Lexington. Unknown to most, he surprised everyone by finishing a close second to the race favorite, Janie T. The following year, as a 3-year-old, Peter returned to the Kentucky Futurity. He dominated by winning all 3 heats and setting a new track record of 2:12 1/2. Later that year, Streeter sold the champion horse for $20,000. Peter continued to race and achieve his best lifetime record of 2:7 1/4 in 1899 at the Empire City Track in New York. Unfortunately, he sustained a career-ending injury. However, despite his relatively brief time on the track, Peter the Great left an indelible mark on the trotting world through the exceptional quality of the colts he sired. A descendant of Hambletonian 10, Peter the Great became a legendary sire, producing exceptional offspring that continued to contribute to the evolution of the standardbred. Peter the Great moved around during his post-racing career as a stallion, but he settled at Laurel Hill Farm outside of Indianapolis, Indiana. Peter died in 1923 and is buried at Tom Taggart's residence near French Lick, Indiana. 5 years after his death, his groom, Jacob Councilman, passed away, and his ashes were spread on Peter's grave. In honor of Peter's remarkable achievements, a monument was created in his birthplace of Kalamazoo. The plaque, attached to a boulder, acknowledged D.D. Streeter as the breeder and Peter V. Johnston as the trainer and driver of Peter the Great, and Peter himself. It reads, "On this farm was born the trotting stallion and sire Peter the Great, 2:7 1/4. Bred by D.D. Streeter, trained and driven in Kentucky Futurities by Peter V. Johnston." Originally placed near the barn where Peter was born, the monument has been relocated several times. Today, the monument stands at Western Michigan University's Administration Building in remembrance of his remarkable life and his importance to the standardbred breed. Peter the Great is truly a treasure to be remembered and celebrated.
Horses are on the track for race 10, Suburban Downs at Springfield, as we work our way through week 7 of this 8-week meeting. Pacers, age 3 and 4. Horses and geldings, colts and geldings, trackmaster rating less than 70, winners over 2,500 in the last 4 starts, not eligible. All 7 are Illinois conceived and foaled. As it happens, no changes. Let's meet the starters as they head for the gate. Number 1, Arcadia Sportacular, owned by the 3's A Crowd Stable of Cantrell, of Jody Peacock, Allison McGrew, and Norm Thompson, trained and driven by Rick Schrock. 2 is Bombay Buddy, owned by the D&J Racing Stables of Terry, Mississippi, of Duncan and Jacqueline McLean, trained by Jamaica Patton. Matt Kruger will drive. 3 is Dinger Graham, owned by Shelley Graham of Salem, trained by Buzz Graham, Wyatt Avenatti, the driver. 4 is Key Ingredient, owned by Donald Laufenberg of Highland, Wisconsin, trained by Terry Leonard. Casey Leonard will drive. 5 is Major Harley, owned by Pete and Heidi Liu of Springfield, trained by Pete Liu, Richard Finn in the bike. 6, Super Taco, owned by Carla Santos of Springfield, trained by Dossie Minor, Juan Franco will drive. 7, Rockin' Capone, owned and trained by Wayne Brown of Mason, Tennessee, the driver, Jordan Patton. Headed to the gate, race 10. We've talked quite a bit this summer about the great history of the Illinois State Fair and the Illinois State Fair Colt Stakes, which date back to 1952. As far as those Colt Stakes are concerned, this year's edition coming up in August, the eliminations for the 2- and 3-year-olds will be on Friday, August 11th, and the championship finals on Thursday, August 17th. Yesterday, some of us were busy at home trying to get things organized, books and magazines and newspapers spread all over the office, and started looking back through some old magazines from the 60s. If you ever go back and if you ever take one of those old U.S. Trotting Association yearbooks off the shelf, if you peek in the one from 1967, you will notice that the Illinois State Fair Colt Stakes were won by Grand Circuit drivers. Joe O'Brien won a final. Ralph Baldwin drove Moon Baby, a little heralded 2-year-old trotter that came over from Indiana, won the 2-year-old Colt and Gelding Trot final. Howard Beisinger won the 2-year-old Colt and Gelding Pace, driving a horse named John L. Purdue. And that should jump off the page. Why were all of those Grand Circuit drivers driving in those finals? But we found an article from Harness Horse Magazine, 1967. The Grand Circuit had been scheduled to race on a Saturday, but got rained out and carried over until Monday, so they had 39 races that day. They had a combination of Grand Circuit races and Illinois State Fair Colt Stakes races, and of course that was back when they had eliminations and finals on the same day. So all of these Illinois horsemen looked around, they said, okay, there's Joe O'Brien, there's Howard Beisinger, there's Ralph Baldwin. Gentlemen, how about we put you to work driving some Illinois breds? And that's exactly what happened. 39 races that day, and a lot of Grand Circuit drivers went to the winner's circle in those Illinois State Fair championship finals. Great history at the Illinois State Fair through the years, looking to make more here in just a few weeks. Right now, race 10, Suburban Downs, Hawthorne at Springfield. Lined up on the gate, here they come. They are off and pacing. There goes Rockin' Capone from the outside. Bombay Buddy is there toward the inside. Dinger Graham, and then Arcadia Sportacular as they move down into the first turn. Arcadia Sportacular moving up to the inside to challenge for the lead. Bombay Buddy is second, just off the leader's flank, parked around the first turn. There goes Rockin' Capone. Speaking of parked, 3 wide, now double wide, midway on the south turn, and Rockin' Capone moves up and takes the lead. Arcadia Sportacular is second. Bombay Buddy is in third. Dinger Graham is fourth. Major Harley is fifth. Super Taco is sixth. 27 flat, fast opening quarter, 27 seconds flat, and then further back, Key Ingredient is last of the 7 as they head up the back stretch. Dinger Graham takes to the outside from fourth, now taking third, now taking second. Here's Dinger Graham. Dinger Graham moves up, and here comes Major Harley right behind him, moving up in the traffic and on the outer flow of traffic from fifth to fourth to third, but it is Dinger Graham who's made the top at the half-mile mark, and Dinger Graham against the rail now leading at a length and a half. 56-4 for the first half mile, 56-4. Major Harley right alongside of Dinger Graham. Those two go at it for the top spot. Super Taco moves into contention third. Rockin' Capone drops back fourth along the inside. Key Ingredient moves up 2 spots from last. Fifth, center of the pack. They'll have to go 3 wide from there to find more racing room. 5 lengths off the lead. Arcadia Sportacular next to last. And Bombay Buddy is the trailer as they race on by the 3/4 mile mark. Major Harley to the inside. Super Taco to the outside. 126-1, the time at the 3/4, 126-1, and then Key Ingredient moves into contention from third. Super Taco, the new leader. Key Ingredient's coming on. Super Taco leads it. Key Ingredient second. Super Taco a length. Key Ingredient starts to draw alongside. Deep stretch. Super Taco, narrow lead. Key Ingredient's right there. Super Taco, Key Ingredient. Super Taco gets it by a nose over. Key Ingredient home second, and then it was Major Harley in third. Dinger Graham was fourth. Arcadia Sportacular fifth. Rockin' Capone was sixth, and Bombay Buddy was seventh. Time for the mile, 1 minute, 54 seconds flat. 1 minute, 50 seconds flat. Number 6, Super Taco, your unofficial winner by a nose or perhaps a head. We'll confirm the result in a moment with our photo finish technician, Mr. Mark Brown. Number 6, Super Taco, indeed the winner by a head in today's 10th race. We'll meet the winner here in just a moment. Horsemen, you may come to the track with race 11. Super Taco headed back around the south turn of the racetrack, coming clockwise. He'll be at the winner's circle here shortly. Returning now in front of the stands is number 6, Super Taco, who is owned right here in Springfield by Carla Santos and trained by Dossie Minor. Juan Franco with the win. That is his 11th victory of this Suburban Downs at Hawthorne summer meet. Thank you, sir. That places him 4th overall with those 11 victories. Super Taco, bred by Ed Teefee of Mount Sterling. Don't forget, they'll go racing here soon on Saturday, August 5 and Sunday, August 6 at Ed's Fair in Brown County. How about a hand for number 6, Super Taco? Super Taco won here at the Illinois State Fair last summer in an IDOA, Illinois Department of Agriculture race, and took his career mark of 154-3 at the time, but he lowers that today. New lifetime record, 154. Super Taco, a 3-year-old gelded son of Ashley's big guy out of Fox Valley Stefani by Sportsmaster. Here is the full field rundown. It's official for race 10. Arcadia Sportacular finished 5. Bombay Buddy was 7. Dinger Graham finished 4. Key Ingredient was the runner-up. Major Harley was 3rd. Super Taco was the winner. Rockin' Capone 6. The quarter, 27 flat. The half in 56 and 4. 3 quarters, 126 and 1. And the time for the mile, 1 minute, 54 seconds. Reads down 574, 231, 6. Race 11 coming up. No changes in the 11th race. Horsemen to the track.
Midwest Harness Report has been a strong advocate and comprehensive source for harness racing in the Midwest and beyond for over 40 years. With owner-editor Tim Conkle leading the way, Midwest Harness Report brings you the latest news, information, schedules, and stats. Uncover remarkable stories about the people and horses at the core of harness racing. Midwest Harness Report reaches thousands of subscribers every month. For advertising and subscription inquiries, call 765-212-1320 or visit MidwestHarnessReport.com.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way the business works.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at TheStable.ca.
We'll be there just for a few more minutes, so this is last call for today. If you want to visit with members of the Illinois Racing Board at the racing office in order to get licensing and fingerprinting requirements completed, swing over there immediately because they will be closing up shop here in just a few minutes. They will be back tomorrow, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Sure did. Horses are on the track for race 11. No changes. Non-winners of $5,000 in their last four starts. Illinois Conceived and Fold allowed $6,250. This race for Pacers. Let's meet the field. Number 1, Mingo, owned by John Huddleston of Matt Toon, trained by Jill Brown, Jamal Denson in the bike. 2, Mr. Sleaze, owned by Engel Stable of Illinois, LLC of Marty Engel of Northbrook, trained by Nelson Willis, Juan Franco driving. 3, Rocksteady Ron, owned by Jamaica Patton of Rochester, Ron Phillips of Athens, trained by Jamaica Patton. Matt Kruger is the driver. Number 4, Shockwave, is owned by the estate of Tom Tetrick, also owned by Mary Alice Tetrick of Jeff, and also owned by the Tegan Sage of Tom T. Tetrick of Jeff, trained by Clark Fairley, the driver Kyle Houston. 5 is Josie Rocks My World, owned by Janet Bentley of Wright City, Missouri, trained by Nick Prather, the driver Richard Finn. 6, Fox Valley B Gump, owned and trained by Kevin Miller of Arthur, Corderia Stewart in the bike. 7 is Skyway Gym Master, owned by Ann Schneider of Petersburg, Benita Simmons of Springfield, trained by Tom Simmons, the driver Casey Leonard. And number 8, Hidden Assassin, owned by Dr. Peter Karras of Sherman, trained by Rick Schrock, the driver Travis Siekman. Headed to the starting gate, race 11. At the post, gates rolling, race 11. Here they come. They are off and pacing. There goes Hidden Assassin out for the lead. Fox Valley B Gump is right there. Rocksteady Ron gets away third. Mr. Sleaze is fourth. Mingo is there down toward the inside as they move down into the first turn. Hidden Assassin left well from the outside, but now drops back toward the center of the pack. In the meantime, it'll be Rocksteady Ron who moves on by. Now Hidden Assassin, after letting things settle down in front of him, moves forward to challenge for the lead. So Rocksteady Ron, Hidden Assassin go at it. Hidden Assassin takes the lead from the outside. Mr. Sleaze is racing third. 27-2 for the opening quarter, 27 and 2/5 seconds. Then you've got Mingo, who is racing in the fourth position as they head off the first turn. Fox Valley B Gump is fifth. Josie Rocks My World is in sixth. Shockwave is seventh as they head toward the half-mile mark. And Skyway Gym Master is last of the eight. Back up at the front of the field. Hidden Assassin, the leader, halfway home here in race 11 and leads Rocksteady Ron, but only by a length and a half. 55-4, the time for the first half mile, 55 and 4/5 seconds. Josie Rocks My World is moving up on the outside now from fourth into third around the far turn, and Kyle Houston with Shockwave is moving up in the outer flow of traffic as well into fourth. Skyway Gym Master is on the move in that outer flow of traffic, goes to fifth. In the meantime, Mr. Sleaze now finds himself sixth. It is side by side for the lead though, Hidden Assassin and Josie Rocks My World as they turn for home. 125 flat the time at the three quarters, 125 flat. Shockwave is swinging out toward the center of the racetrack, coming after Josie Rocks My World, and Hidden Assassin still there, and here comes Skyway Gym Master. It's wide open in the final eighth mile. Rocksteady Ron needs room. Skyway Gym Master and Shockwave coming forward. Skyway Gym Master and Shockwave coming forward. Skyway Gym Master gets up by a head on the line in the final strides. Skyway Gym Master gets up in the final strides by a head over Shockwave to prevail for Casey Leonard. Time for the mile, 1 minute 52 and 4/5 seconds, 1:52 and 4. Number 7, Skyway Gym Master, the unofficial winner, giving Casey Leonard win number 5 on the day. 1 minute 52 and 4/5 seconds. We'll meet the winner here shortly. In the meantime, horsemen come to the track, race 12. Skyway Gym Master, Indiana-sired pacer, bred by Leon Slaybaugh, owned by Ann Schneider of nearby Petersburg, and owned by Benita Simmons from right here in Springfield, trained by Tom Simmons. There's Tom, there's Ann coming into the winner's circle. The winning driver, Casey Leonard, what a day he's having. That is 5 wins today for Casey Leonard, and that will give him the advantage here by 1 in those driver standings over Cordarius Stewart. So with that win, 28 wins for this meet now for Casey Leonard, and again he leads Cordarius Stewart by a count of 28 to 27. Skyway Gym Master has just won for the third time this year, the seventh time in his career, and he picks up a new lifetime record in the process, 152-4. How about a hand for Skyway Gym Master? Skyway Gym Master is a 4-year-old gelded son of J.K. End of an Era out of Gymnast Hanover by Western Ideal. By the way, that is 9 wins for Tom Simmons as trainer. 9 wins and counting, as we still have a long way to go yet before we wrap up this meet a week from tomorrow. And Casey Leonard, 5 victories on the day to now take the lead in those drivers' standings. Congratulations to our winning connections. Here's the full field rundown. It is official for race 11. The page, Mingo was 6, Mr. Sleaze was 7, Rocksteady Ron finished 5, Shockwave the runner-up, Josie Rocks My World was 4, Fox Valley B-Gump finished 8, Skyway Gym Master the winner, Hidden Assassin finished 3. The quarter 27-2, the half 55-4, 3 quarters in 125, and the mile 1 minute 52 and 4/5 seconds. Reads down 675 248 13. Brings us to race number 12. No changes in the 12th race. Horsemen, come to the track, please, for that 12th event.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way the business works.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at TheStable.ca.
Midwest Harness Report has been a strong advocate and comprehensive source for harness racing in the Midwest and beyond for over 40 years. With owner-editor Tim Conkle leading the way, Midwest Harness Report brings you the latest news, information, schedules, and stats. Uncover remarkable stories about the people and horses at the core of harness racing. Midwest Harness Report reaches thousands of subscribers every month. For advertising and subscription inquiries, call 765-212-1320 or visit MidwestHarnessReport.com.
Horses are on the track for race 12. Pacers, Trackmaster rating less than 72. Winners of this class last start not eligible. No changes. Number 1 is Incredible Bombay, owned by Janet Bentley of Wright City, Missouri, trained by Michelle Morgan, Richard Fenn in the bike. 2, Mock Diesel, owned by the Flacco Family Farms LLC of Alexis of Dr. Richard and Arlene Flacco, and Rick and Tabby Flacco, trained by Jill Brown, the driver, Jamal Denson. 3, Frankie Park, owned by Sarah Potts of Grant Park, trained by Steve Searle, Juan Franco, the driver. 4, Hold and Steady, owned by Matt and Ray Rodriguez of Aurora, trained by Matt Rodriguez, Travis Seekman, the driver. 5 is Dash Around, owned by Clark Kay and Elizabeth Fairley of Lerna, Charleston, and Lerna, trained by Clark Fairley. Casey Leonard is the driver. 6, Foxman, owned by Brian Lohman of Broadlands, Kevin Miller of Arthur, trained by Kevin Miller, Wyatt Avenetti, the driver. 7, Fox Valley McKee is owned by the Fox Valley Standardbreds of Sherman, Illinois, of Dr. Kenneth and Patricia Walker, co-owned by former Governor Jim Edgar of Springfield, trained by Nelson Willis. Matt Kruger is in the bike. Number 8, Fox Valley Falcon, owned by Peter Uribe of Moline, Benita Simmons of Springfield, trained by Tom Simmons, driver Cordarius Stewart, at the post for race 12. Here they come, race 12. They are off and pacing. There goes Fox Valley McKee for the lead. Hold and Steady has speed as well. Mock Diesel is right there. Incredible Bombay is away racing fourth as that field moves for the first turn, and the battle continues for the top spot. Mock Diesel moves up one lane off the rail and takes the lead. Hold and Steady is right there between horses, and there goes Fox Valley McKee. 4 wide, 3 wide, now double wide up into second at the quarter-mile mark. Fox Valley McKee moves up on the outside, takes the lead from Mock Diesel. Incredible Bombay third, and Hold and Steady is fourth. 26 and 3. Fastest opening quarter of the card. 26 and 3/5 seconds. Fox Valley McKee is the leader and was parked for most of that opening quarter, but leads it now clear by just over 2 lengths. And then Mock Diesel racing in second position. Incredible Bombay is third, a gap of 2 to Hold and Steady, who's racing in fourth. There goes Dash Around. Dash Around moves off the rail from the 5th position. Foxman will move up with cover in 6th behind that one. Fox Valley Falcon is in 7th position. Frankie Park is moving from 8th and last. 55 flat for the opening quarter, 55 seconds flat. Fox Valley McKee leads it by a length and a half. Dash Around is second up on the outside by a half length. Mock Diesel is racing third back toward the inside. Foxman moves into contention, fourth, now third, still moves up, still with cover, but 3.5 lengths off the lead. Incredible Bombay tries to come off the rail, finds some room to move up into the 4th position around the far turn. 1:24 and 3 the time at the 3/4. 1:24 and 3. They turn for home. Dash Around is right there and moving up outside of Fox Valley McKee, and Foxman is in third, and Incredible Bombay far outside is fourth. It is Dash Around with the lead. Dash Around by 2 lengths. Foxman in second. Incredible Bombay coming late from third. Dash Around wins it by 2 lengths on the line. Incredible Bombay got up for second over Foxman in third, followed across the line by Fox Valley McKee in fourth, Frankie Park 5th, Fox Valley Falcon was 6th, Hold and Steady was 7th, and Mock Diesel finished 8th. Time for the mile, 1:53 and 3/5. New lifetime record by a 1/5 of a second for Dash Around, 1:53 and 3. Number 5, Dash Around, your winner. We'll meet the winner here shortly. Horsemen come to the track with race 13. This is a win that comes at a time which has to be extra special for horseman Clark Fairley. It no doubt has been a week of reflection, and no doubt a lot of emotions have risen to the surface. Clark was a very good friend of Tom Tetrick, and Tom was a good friend to Clark. And Clark had texted us earlier today that he was thinking of Tom as he got ready to race here this afternoon. And of course, we talked about the fact that Tom Tetrick passed away on Sunday. The funeral is coming up on Tuesday at 12 p.m. at the Jeff Christian Church downstate in Wayne County in Jeff, Illinois. So no doubt with thoughts of his good friend Tom Tetrick on his mind today, into the winner's circle, Clark Fairley, the winning trainer, the winning co-owner, and there's Dash Around with Casey Leonard. And that is 6 wins today for Casey Leonard. That is 29 wins on the meet, and now he leads Cordarius Stewart by 2 victories atop those driver standings. But again, we've still got 2 more races today, a big card tomorrow, and 2 days of racing next week before we wrap up this Suburban Downs Downstate Summertime meeting. Dash Around was bred by Adele Jeffers Everett and her mother, the late Mary Lee Jeffers. The winning pacer, 8-year-old gelded son of Party at Arts Place. Out of Armborough Dasher by Cam's Card Shark, 14th career victory and a new lifetime record. Congratulations to Clark, Kay, and Elizabeth Fairley of Lerna, Charleston, and Lerna. Here is the full field rundown. It's official from the top of the page for race 12. Incredible Bombay was the runner-up. Mock Diesel was 8. Frankie Park finished 5. Holden Steady was 7. Dash Around 1. Foxman 3. Fox Valley McKee was 4, and Fox Valley Falcon 6. Quarter in 26 and 3. The half in 55 seconds. 3 quarters in 124 and 3. And the time for the mile, 1:53 and 3/5 of a second. Reads down 2, 8, 5, 7, 1, 3, 4, 6. And again, 26 and 3, 55, 124 and 3, the mile, 1 minute, 53 and 3/5 seconds. Headed now to race 13. No changes in the 13th race. Horsemen come to the track.
The Standardbred is athletic, strong, and sturdy. Their minds intelligent, their hearts like no other. They pour their all into every jog and race. They are warriors, they are champions, they are heroes. When their time at the track ends, it's just the beginning of a new chapter. But we must help write these stories as they transition from racehorse to riding horse. We owe it to them, the horses that give their all, to provide the time and tools they need to succeed, to bridge the gap between the track and a bright future. to find their perfect partner to help them realize their full potential. Help us help standardbreds be on the track at newvocations.org.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at TheStable.ca.
Midwest Harness Report has been a strong advocate and comprehensive source for harness racing in the Midwest and beyond for over 40 years. With owner-editor Tim Conkle leading the way, Midwest Harness Report brings you the latest news, information, schedules, and stats. Uncover remarkable stories about the people and horses at the core of harness racing. Midwest Harness Report reaches thousands of subscribers every month. For advertising and subscription inquiries, call 765-212-1320 or visit MidwestHarnessReport.com.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way the business works.
Horsemen, this reminder, since a number of you have been asking about the arrangements for our departed friend Tom Tetrick, the obituary is listed online. You can find it posted at Illinois County Fair Harness Racing on that page on Facebook or on Horse Talk Today on Facebook. A reminder, as you plan your racing schedule, and we talked about how busy the racing week is that's coming up, but we also know a number of you have said, hey, what are the arrangements? We'd like to know. We'd like to pay our respects. So with that in mind, a reminder that the visitation for Tom Tetrick will take place on Monday evening. That'll be 5 to 7 p.m. at the Jeff Christian Church in Jeff, Illinois, and then the funeral is the following day at 12 noon on Tuesday. So visitation on Monday evening from 5 until 7 down in Jeff, Illinois, and then the funeral will take place on Tuesday at 12 noon Central. Tom Tetrick, good horseman, good friend, and someone who left an incredible mark on racing, not just in Illinois, but around the country, as that legacy is sustained and continued through his sons. And of course, we think today not only of them, but of Mary Al. Horses are on the track for race 13, Suburban Downs Hawthorne at Springfield. Pacers, maidens, fillies, and mares, non-winners of one race lifetime. No changes. They're headed for the gate. Let's meet the starters. Number 1, Genevieve's World, owned and trained by Michelle Morgan from right here in Springfield. The driver, Richard Finn. 2, Whiskey Tango, owned by Jim and Teresa Greer of Peoria, trained by Nick Prather, Travis Seekman in the bike. 3, Smile for the Camera, owned by Philip Brummel of Allendale, Michigan. Gone Coastal Farms of Aaron Brummel of Grand Rapids, Michigan, trained by Jamaica Patton, Jamal Denson in the bike. 4 is Tyler Ty, owned and trained by Hosea Williams of Chicago. Juan Franco is up. 5, Sun Sierra, owned by Ron Phillips of Athens, David Williams of Byron, Mississippi, D&J Racing Stables of Terry, Mississippi, of Duncan and Jacqueline McLean, trained by Jamaica Patton. Jamaica is the driver. Number 6, Augusta Satin, owned by Tony Simone of Willow Springs, by David McCaffrey of Burr Ridge, Illinois, Joseph McCaffrey of Davenport, Iowa, owned also by trainer Clark Fairley of Lerna, the driver Casey Leonard. Number 7, You Are My Shining Star, owned by Lynn and Barbara Wilfong of Kentland, Indiana, Brett and Candace Wilfong of Pendleton, Indiana, trained by Nick Prather. Cordarius Stewart is up. And number 8, Rockin' Arlene, owned and trained by Wayne Brown of Mason, Tennessee. The driver is Matt Kruger. Headed to the starting gate for race 13. Roy Finn, our starter, has this field at the top of the stretch. Here they come. Horsemen, be ready at the barns with that 14th and final race. Race 13 on the track, coming down for the start. They're off and pacing. Genevieve's World goes out for the lead. Whiskey Tango gets away in second. Smile for the Camera comes out third. Tyler Ty is away fourth. Sun Sierra is away in fifth. Augusta Satin is sixth. You Are My Shining Star seventh. Rockin' Arlene eighth as they all leave and line up in post position order. Headed around the first turn, racing toward the quarter-mile mark. Genevieve's World is the leader. Midway on the south turn, leads it by just a length. Whiskey Tango is racing in second position. Smile for the Camera is in third, and there goes You Are My Shining Star, moving up now to challenge for the lead. 28-3, the time for the opening quarter. 28 3/5 seconds. You Are My Shining Star moves by, takes the lead by a length. Genevieve's World is second by a length. Whiskey Tango is racing in third, and Smile for the Camera is in fourth. Tyler Ty is fifth. Sun Sierra is in sixth position. Augusta Satin takes to the outside from seventh, and Rockin' Arlene last to the eight and is racing about 10 lengths off the lead, but starts to move with cover for the back of the pack. They're halfway home in race 13. 58-3 for the first half mile, 58 3/5 seconds. You Are My Shining Star leads the field past the draw gate. Here comes Smile for the Camera, up into second position by a neck. Genevieve's World is third, back toward the inside. Augusta Satin continues to make progress, now fourth with cover in the outside lane, racing 3 lengths off the lead. Followed by Whiskey Tango, back toward the inside in fifth. Rockin' Arlene is sixth on the outside as the field swings by the 3/4 mile mark. You Are My Shining Star is the leader. 1:28-2, the time at the 3/4, 1:28-2. Here comes Genevieve's World, has been sitting right behind the leader virtually since the start, and now comes to the outside. You Are My Shining Star responds to the test, leads it by a length. Genevieve's World comes at her again on the outside. Genevieve's World now kicks another gear. It is Genevieve's World and Richard Finn to win it. Genevieve's World, yes, to take it by 3 lengths on the line. You Are My Shining Star second, Whiskey Tango third, and Rockin' Arlene was across the line in fourth. Time for the mile, 1 minute, 56 2/5 seconds. 56 2. Number 1, Genevieve's World, your winner. We'll meet the winner shortly. Horsemen come to the track with race 14. It's always good in the sport of harness racing to have a good broodmare in the barn, and that is proving to be the case for I'm Not a Son of a Beach. She is the dam of a couple of winners at this summertime downstate Suburban Downs race meet. One of them, Brooks Ocean, was a winner here on June 23rd, taking a win in 156 and 2. And now another foal from that mare. Genevieve's World has just won in her second career money start in a time of 156 and 2 as well. We talked about this when Genevieve's World won a qualifier here. She's 4 years old, and she is just now getting to the races. And we've talked about the fact it's refreshing when you see a trainer who has patience and takes time and does what's in the best interest of the horse, and it has paid off for Genevieve's World. How about a hand for the winner, Genevieve's World, Richard Finn. And this is a homebred for owner-trainer Michelle Morgan of Springfield. This winning 4-year-old pacing mare by World of Rock and Roll, out of I'm Not a Son of a Beach by Jenna's Beach Boy. Second career purse start, first career victory. And again, the time today, 156 and 2/5. Here's the full field rundown for race 13. From the top of the page, Genevieve's World was the winner. Whiskey Tango was third. Smile for the Camera was seventh. Tyler Ty was eighth. Sun Sierra was sixth. Augusta Satin, 5. You Are My Shining Star, the runner-up, and Rockin' Arlene finished 4. They're 28 and 3. The half in 58 and 3. 3 quarters, 128 and 2, and the mile 156 and 2. Reads down 137, 865, 24. 14th race is on the way, the final race on the card. The driver of the 4, Smooth and Creamy, Cordarius Stewart. Number 4, Smooth and Creamy. The driver will be Cordarius Stewart. As we get ready to wrap up today, a reminder, more racing here tomorrow. First post at 12 noon, 14 purse races, no qualifiers tomorrow. So first post at 12 p.m. local Central Time. A reminder, representatives of the Illinois Racing Board will be here tomorrow on the backstretch in the racing office. Again, they will be available to take care of licensing and fingerprinting in order to reduce long lines and help eliminate long lines for those purposes when it comes time for the Illinois State Fair in just a few weeks.
Midwest Harness Report has been a strong advocate and comprehensive source for harness racing in the Midwest and beyond for over 40 years. With owner-editor Tim Conkle leading the way, Midwest Harness Report brings you the latest news, information, schedules, and stats. Uncover remarkable stories about the people and horses at the core of harness racing. Midwest Harness Report reaches thousands of subscribers every month. For advertising and subscription inquiries, call 765-212-1320 or visit MidwestHarnessReport.com.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way the business works.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at TheStable.ca.
And still remains one of the most memorable additions as we look back on that race. And again, so much wonderful history at this Illinois State Fair, so many great moments, and we look forward to more history being made here coming up in August. Horses are on the track for the 14th and final race of the day. Pacers, a track master rating, less than 72. Winners of this class last start not eligible. Horses and geldings here. A reminder, Cordarius Stewart drives the 4, Smooth and Creamy. Cordarius Stewart drives the 4. Let's meet the starters. Number 1, Bright Boy, owned by Carolyn Wiley of Glenwood, trained by Mike Perrin. Casey Leonard is up. 2, Not Me Graham, owned by Kyle Houston of Altamont. Viva Las Vegas Racing of Plainfield. Chris Norder of Troy, trained by Amy Houston. Kyle Houston will drive. 3, RG's Tracer, owned by Robert Grismore of Freeport. He's the trainer. Co-owned by Charles Knipp of Madison, Wisconsin. The driver, Travis Siegman. Number 4, Smooth and Creamy, owned by Freddie Patton Sr. of Clinton, Mississippi, trained by Cornelius Cavett. Contrary to the program, the driver, Cordarius Stewart. 5 is Reverend Scott, owned by Becky Swinehart of Milton, Wisconsin, trained by Clifford O'Byrne, the driver, Gary Rex. Wrath. 6, Rock and Roll High, owned by Jabrakel Racing of Hillsboro of trainer Dale Knox, and Dale is also the driver. Number 7, One Bad Dragon, owned and trained by Orion Phillips from way down in southern Illinois, down at Brookport, and the driver Matt Avanetti. And number 8, Fox Valley Oscar, owned and trained by Jerry Blunt of Clinton, Mississippi, and the driver is Richard Finn. Headed to the gate, race 14. Horsemen, a reminder, please return your saddle pads to the area where you picked them up earlier today near the racing office. I know our racing office staff appreciate your help in that regard. Here they come around the north turn, headed toward the starting gate. Starter Roy Finn has called for the field, getting ready to go. Race 14. At the post, gates rolling. Main storyline of the day, Casey Leonard, 6 wins, and now leading the driver standings for the meet by a score of 29-27. But don't count out Cordarius Stewart just yet, and Travis Seekman not far behind either. Here they come. They are often pacing. There goes Fox Valley Oscar far outside. Reverend Scott has early speed, and Bright Boy there to the inside. Bright Boy moves up and takes the lead from that inside starting spot. Reverend Scott will go in second. Fox Valley Oscar is racing in third around the first turn. Not Me Graham quickly settles along the rail into the 4th position. RG's Tracer is racing in 5th. Smooth and Creamy moves up 1 spot, drops over against the rail in 6th. Rock and Roll High is in 7th position, and One Bad Dragon is last of the 8. 27-4 the time for the opening quarter. 27-4 fifth seconds. Here comes a challenge and change for the lead. Fox Valley Oscar is the horse moving up on the outside, moves up to 3rd, now into 2nd, just a neck off the leader. A challenge for the lead anyway. Bright Boy says not so fast and fights back and will be a stubborn foe as they go on by the half-mile mark, and Fox Valley Oscar backs away in that 2nd spot as they race past the draw gate. 56 flat for the opening half mile, 56 flat. So Fox Valley Oscar drops over to the rail, catches a breather into the far turn. Here's Not Me Graham. Not Me Graham says, if you can't do anything with Bright Boy, maybe I can. So Not Me Graham moves up on the outside, right alongside of Bright Boy, and Not Me Graham takes the lead by just a neck. Fox Valley Oscar is 3rd back toward the inside. RG's Tracer is 4th and moving into contention, 3 lengths off the lead. Smooth and Creamy 5th behind him. 124-3 the time at the 3 quarters. 124-3. Not Me Graham has the lead by a length off the turn. Bright Boy tries to fight back toward the inside, and here comes RG's Tracer, and also a late charge down the stretch from Smooth and Creamy. Smooth and Creamy coming after Not Me Graham and Bright Boy. It'll be one of these 3 at the wire. Oh, that's tight. That's a photo for the win. Either Smooth and Creamy or Not Me Graham. It'll be one of those 2 for the win. Either Smooth and Creamy or Not Me Graham for the win in the nightcap.
It wasn't Not Me Graham. It was something else.
Time for the mile, we can tell you that. It is 1 minute 54 and 3/5 seconds. 1:54 and 3. It's just a matter of whether it will be number 2, Not Me Graham, or number 4, Then Creamy, who will pick up the victory. Our thanks to Mark and Linda Brown, our photo finish technicians today. We'll consult with them and get the result in just a moment. Photo is tight for the win. Our two horses involved in the photo right now are both on the south turn of the racetrack. The stewards have huddled around with our photo finish technicians and are examining the finish as we speak. And again, the photo finish in this day and age of technology is processed use of an iPad and the technology, the digital technology that enables instantly the stewards to take a look at the images of the horses as they came across the wire. Long gone, we talked about this last week, long gone are the days of the old photo finish booth at the top of the grandstand and the chemicals to develop a film strip. That went out the window a long time ago. And thanks to technology, stewards can get an instant look at the image of the finish on the iPad, and that's what they're doing right now. But this is tight. And again, it will either be the 2 Not Me Graham or the 4 Smooth and Creamy, both of whom now are scoring back by in front of the stand. So we'll check with the stewards in just a moment as they continue to take a look at the images on the iPad of this finish. Very close, still waiting for the result. The winner in the photo by a head, number 4, Smooth and Creamy, Cordarius Stewart. So these two horses and these two drivers gave us a thrilling finish to wrap up the card, and Smooth and Creamy prevails in the photo finish. Cordarius Stewart bookends the card. He won the opening race and he wins the closing race, and that gives him 28 wins on the meet. So now Cordarius in that second spot in the driver standings, he polls within 1 of Casey Leonard. Casey has 29 victories for the meet. Cordarius has 28. And then you've got Travis Siekman in there with 21. Congratulations also to Cornelius Cavett. He's the trainer. As Smooth and Creamy is an Illinois-bred 9-year-old son of Ideal Town out of the Peanut Gallery by Cold Muffler. The winner is owned by Freddie Patton Sr. of Clinton, Mississippi. This is the 19th career win for Smooth and Creamy. Bred by Dennis Petranduno of Illinois. And, of course, Ideal Town is a horse who was well known years ago, went out east, went to the Meadowlands, and won the $300,000 Berry Creek final in a huge performance during his own racing days. A few folks coming from the barn area on the courtesy car. Again, our thanks to Ted and Janet Torgerson for their help with the Winter Circle assistance. Thanks to Patsy Fryman, our Winter Circle photographer. And we will snap the picture in just a moment and give you the rundown shortly. Again, the time for the mile, 1 minute 54 and 3/5 seconds. By a fifth of a second, that is a new lifetime record for Smooth and Creamy, who breaks a long winless skein here, had been at least 0 for his last 30, but puts it all together today and gets back to the winner's circle for his 19th career win. Here's the winner. How about a hand for number 4, Smooth and Creamy? Congratulations, Cordarius, hanging in there and fighting for that leading driver title. And again, 28 wins on the meet, and now trails Casey Leonard by 1. So here's the full field rundown. Thanks, Tim. From the top, Bright Boy was 3rd. Not Me Graham, the runner-up in that photo. RG's Tracer was 7. Smooth and Creamy, the winner. Reverend Scott finished 8. Rock and Roll High was 6. One Bad Dragon finished 4. And Fox Valley Oscar was 5. The quarter, 27 and 4. The half in 56. 3 quarters in 124 and 3. And the time for the mile, 1 minute 54 and 3/5 seconds. It reads down 3:27.186.45. Well, that'll do it, folks, for today. We thank you for being with us. A reminder that The Illinois Products Farmers Market is underway over at the shed, located just off the first turn on the south end of the property, that beige-colored building with the orange roof. They'll be having the Farmers Market from now until 7 p.m. Tomorrow, we're back here for more racing at 12 noon. The Illinois State Fair Reining Horse Show continues at the Coliseum as well tomorrow. For now, on behalf of our entire racing staff, we thank you and we bid you good afternoon.